Chapter 24-24. Seeing Xiaohua suddenly change the direction of his flight, first returning to the yin-yang dual perfection mountain and then changing directions, Xiao Mao was originally in a daze. He still hadn't broken free from his comprehension of the dragonization art and could only instinctively follow Xiaohua. However, when he saw Xiaohua in such a state of panic and wanted to ask him about it, an angry divine sense swept over like an avalanche. Transform. Transform into a swordsman. Although Xiao Mao hadn't become a swordsman, the flying sword-like divine sense of a swordsman was clearly different from a cultivator. How could Xiao Mao not know that a swordsman had come when his divine sense swept over? That divine sense swept past Xiaohua and Xiao Mao and immediately locked onto them. Immediately after, a rainbow-like sword light slowly rose from the distant horizon, and a sword hum that sounded like a gurgling stream seemed to resound in the horizon, but also seemed to be ringing in their ears. Xiaohua and Xiao Mao's expressions changed greatly. Even if they used their heels to think, they knew that the arrival of a swordsman was related to the yin-yang dual perfection mountain. Run! Xiao Mao was indeed panicking at this time. After an idea emerged in his mind, he hurriedly said, "Big brother, your cultivation is high. Run first, don't wait for me." However, seeing that Xiaohua was also panicking and was even flying slower than him, Xiao Mao was puzzled again. Naturally, this kind of puzzlement disappeared when he saw Xiaohua wink at him. He knew that Xiaohua was concealing his cultivation and was also unwilling to abandon him. The gurgling stream grew louder and louder, almost turning into a torrential river and a surging tide. It enveloped the space of several hundred feet around the two of them. Almost all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to have solidified. "Don't fly!" Xiaohua shouted loudly and then stood respectfully in the air. Hearing this, Xiao Mao also hurriedly stopped and stood there respectfully as if he was greeting a nascent soul master. Wang, a sound like waves beating against the shore sounded. That dark green sword light flowed across the horizon and landed in front of the two of them. "Greetings to Senior." Transforming into a swordsman, Xiaohua and Xiao Mao bowed respectfully. That dark green sword light didn't dissipate at all. A metallic sound flashed from the blue waves and scattered the true essence in the two of them. "Senior, please spare my life." Xiao Mao hurriedly cried out as he fell. Sure enough, right after falling for around 30 meters, Xiao Mao suddenly felt that his true essence could be condensed again, and he hurriedly circulated his magic power and barely managed to stabilize his body. Xiaohua, who was beside Xiao Mao, seemed to be in an even more miserable state. He directly fell for over 30 meters before barely standing up, and his little face had long since become ghastly pale. The sword hummed again, and the dark green sword light didn't stop there. It swept up the surrounding spiritual energy, and with a gale, it rushed into the distance. That place was where the yin-yang Twin Springs mountain was located. Xiao Mao didn't dare to move. After waiting for the time it took to smoke a cigarette, he finally heard Xiaohua's smiling voice. "Let's go." "Yes, big brother." Xiao Mao was drenched in sweat. He rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, this swordsman still had some of the demeanor of a senior and did not make things difficult for him. If he really used soul-searching or other methods, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to escape with his life. When he looked at Xiaohua again, he also had a look of relief on his face. Xiaohua was very clear about what he had done. To be able to escape this calamity so easily, Xiaohua unconsciously touched his auspicious jade talisman. After transforming into a sword and leaving, Xiaohua and Xiao Mao pretended to fly for an hour. Immediately after, they turned towards the Gale snowfield. Xiao Mao tidied up his mood and asked for guidance again. On this day, after Xiao Mao finished listening to Xiaohua's teachings, he carefully pondered, but his gaze fell on the mountain range below his feet. "Oh, big brother, isn't that my Xuanyan school's spiritual stone vein in front?" Xiao Mao said anxiously. Could it be that my Xuanyan school's spiritual stone vein hasn't been occupied by sword cultivators? In these few days, Xiaohua only explained the dragon transformation art, but didn't tell Xiao Mao why he was looking for him. Your Xuanyan school's spiritual stone vein has long been occupied by sword cultivators. Otherwise, how would Big Brother know your whereabouts? Xiaohua replied carelessly. Big Brother, did you specially look for me? Xiao Mao looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. Little brother. Little brother thought that Big Brother was just lucky. Hee, everything was just a coincidence. Don't mention it. Xiaohua waved his hand and said. Big Brother came to the Gale snowfield with someone else. We even agreed to meet in the vicinity. Yes. Xiao Mao was even more grateful and didn't ask any more questions. Xiaohua looked around. It wasn't too far from Xuanyan School's spiritual stone vein, and it wasn't too far from the place where he parted ways with Li Zongbao. He took out his command medallion. Then, he immersed his divine sense in it. After looking at it for a moment, he pointed at the command medallion. A faint light flew out from the command medallion and rushed into the blue sky, flying in a certain direction. Let's go. Xiaohua waved his hand and chased after that light. After flying for 2 hours, 2 cultivators flew over from the distant sky. One was Li Zongbao, and the other was a golden core cultivator dressed in Xuanyan School's Daoist robes. This is my Xuanyan School's Gao Chengyuan, martial uncle Gao. Xiao Mao naturally recognized that golden core cultivator and said in a low voice. Xiaohua nodded and led Xiao Mao over. He bowed and said, Junior Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets martial uncle Gao. Xiao Mao also bowed and greeted at the same time. Ha, so you're Xiaohua. Gao Chengyuan, whose hair was white but whose smile was amiable, waved his hand and blocked Xiaohua's greeting. However, he ignored Xiao Mao and said to Xiaohua, I've been waiting here for you for several days. I finally get to see you. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly asked, Senior, why are you looking for me? I don't know. I've made you wait for a long time. Ha, it's nothing. Gao Chengyuan waved his hand and said, You saved several hundred disciples of my Xuanyan school. With such a great favor, it's only right for me to wait several years. I don't dare. Xiaohua suddenly understood and smiled apologetically. I just used a little trick. I didn't expect that a brainless sword cultivator would actually fall for it. Hearing Xiaohua vaguely say, a little trick, Gao Chengyuan knew that Xiaohua didn't want to say more. He also smiled and said, I don't care what method you used. As long as you can save my Xuanyan school disciples, I'll be grateful. I don't dare. I don't deserve Senior's gratitude. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. A golden core cultivator naturally wouldn't greet a Foundation establishment cultivator. Seeing Xiaohua decline, Gao Chengyuan took the opportunity and said, I've already sent a message to Sky Patrol City regarding little friend Xiao's contribution. Moreover, I've left a mark on Li Zongbao's captain token. When Li Zongbao hands over the captain token to Sky Patrol City's Assembly Hall, little friend Xiao's contribution will naturally be rewarded. Xiaohua was overjoyed and bowed. Many thanks, Senior Gao. In addition, tonight, several golden core cultivators of my Xuanyan school, as well as several fellow Taoists from friendly sects, will act together to take back my Xuanyan school's spirit stone mine. I wonder if little friend Xiao is interested. That's another great merit. Gao Chengyuan said with a grin. This. Xiaohua was very hesitant. He knew very well that he had taken away a lot of the supreme grade spirit stones stored in the Xuanyan school's spirit stone mine. Even if the Xuanyan school's disciples took back the spirit stone mine, he was afraid that they would suffer heavy losses. It couldn't be considered a great merit. Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao's face was still expressionless. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he smiled apologetically. Is Qin Jian in this spirit stone mine? Qin Jian. Gao Chengyuan was stunned, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He turned to look at Li Zongbao and said, "Little friendly, Xiaohua is indeed as you said. This old man can be considered to have lost to you." He, Li Zongbao smiled and didn't answer. When Xiaohua heard, his heart was also clear. He knew that Li Zongbao didn't agree to Gao Chengyuan's matter. As far as this old man knows, Qin Jian isn't in this gale snowfield. As for where he is, this old man also doesn't know. Gao Chengyuan said. Actually, this old man is also looking for this bastard. However, this bastard is too cunning. It's really hard to find him. If you all can kill that bastard Qin Jian, this old man will also be happy. It's a pity that my Xuanyan school's disciples. Martial Uncle Gao. Xiao Mao took the opportunity to bow. This disciple is willing to follow Senior Brother Li and Xiao. Senior Brother Xiao to kill Qin Jian and also spread the fame of my Xuanyan school's disciples. Whose disciple are you? At this moment, Gao Chengyuan asked Xiao Mao. This disciple is Xiao Mao, a disciple of Qin Leng Mountain's Yuan Jiming. Xiao Mao respectfully replied. Oh, so it's Senior Brother Yuan's disciple. You and Xiaohua. Gao Chengyuan was somewhat pensive. Xiao Mao was still respectful. Good, Martial Uncle knows. This junior has only met Xiaohua and Senior Brother Xiao when we were young. We don't have any blood relations. Oh, so it's like that. Gao Chengyuan nodded. He then looked at Li Zongbao and smiled. However, your cultivation is only at the middle stage of foundation establishment. I'm afraid that you'll be a burden to him. Xiaohua didn't expect Xiao Mao to want to follow him. However, since Xiao Mao had spoken, Xiaohua naturally wouldn't reject his intentions. He said, Junior hasn't reached the middle stage of foundation establishment yet. Since Junior Brother Xiao wants to kill Qin Jian, then lend us a hand. And that's fine too. Li Zongbao took out the team leader token and said. If Martial Uncle Gao agrees, then Junior will bring Xiao Mao along. Haha, well said. Why would Gao Chengyuan care about a disciple who had just reached the middle stage of foundation establishment? He casually took out his own token and left a mark on Li Zongbao's token. Li Zongbao also left a mark on Xiao Mao's token. This way, Xiao Mao officially joined Li Zongbao's special team in the discussion hall. After Xiaohua and the others respectfully bid farewell to Gao Chengyuan, the three of them flew into the sky. Only then did Xiaohua introduce Xiao Mao to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao nodded slightly. He didn't think that Xiao Mao had the qualifications to join his team. However, since Xiaohua had spoken, how could Li Zongbao, a cultivator who had been good at socializing since young, not agree? Moreover, Li Zongbao was extremely curious. How did Xiaohua save Xiao Mao? Where did he find Xiao Mao? However, Xiao Mao was different. He had also heard of Li Zongbao's reputation since young. Now that he saw Li Zongbao standing in front of him and was about to fight alongside him, the excitement in his heart was self-evident. Chapter 24-25. Senior Brother Li, my respect for you has been there since I was a child. Xiao Mao stammered as he bowed to Li Zongbao. Before he started practicing the parting love treasure mirror, Li Zongbao would have nodded with a smile. He would have responded warmly and said a few words of encouragement, showing the demeanor of a teacher. But now, Li Zongbao nodded slightly but didn't say much. He only said, "Well, you're not bad either. Xiaohua has talked about you before." Tisk, Xiaohua laughed. "Big brother has saved you several times, but I don't see you being so respectful." "Hut, big brother is big brother, senior brother Li is senior brother Li. I grew up listening to senior brother Li's name." Xiao Mao knew that Xiaohua didn't care about it. He smiled and replied, "And when I was practicing, I set a goal for myself and wanted to use senior brother Li as my standard." Xiao Mao's eyes showed a trace of gloominess, but Xiaohua and Li Zongbao didn't see it. Seeing that Li Zongbao didn't want to talk to him, Xiaohua smiled. Among the young cultivators in the Three Kingdoms, senior brother Li's reputation is the highest. Who doesn't see him as their idol? Everyone talks about him like that when they see him. I'm afraid he's tired of hearing it. Haha, that's for sure. Xiao Mao nodded. I've heard from some cultivators in the Utopia faction that senior brother Li is the #1 cultivator under the Golden Core stage in the Three Kingdoms. You can imagine how much praise he has. That was in the past. I'm afraid I'll have to give way in the future. Li Zongbao suddenly said. Oh. Why? Xiao Mao was stunned. Could it be? Immediately, Xiao Mao came to a realization. He shook his head disapprovingly and said, Fairy Hong Xia and Yunji Chong of the Huanhua sect. Although their reputations are resounding, from what I know, they don't live up to their reputations. Yunji Chong is only in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment stage and has yet to enter the late stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. Fairy Hong Xia has just entered the late stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. Oh? Fairy Hong Xia is in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. Xiaohua heard that Xiao Mao compared Fairy Hong Xia and Yunji Chong to Li Zongbao, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he heard the news about Fairy Hong Xia, he was even more overjoyed. What? Big brother knows Fairy Hong Xia? Xiao Mao was slightly taken aback. Then, he slapped his own head. Io, that rumored disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Could it be Big Brother? What? Big Brother, this pretty boy is not worthy of Fairy Hong Xia. Xiaohua touched his chin and asked in dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha, of course, of course. If it wasn't for Big Brother, which cultivator in this world would be worthy of? At this point, Xiao Mao realized that there was a flaw in his words and looked at Li Zongbao rather awkwardly. When he looked at Li Zongbao again, the corners of his mouth were slightly twitching. Clearly, Xiao Mao's words had triggered his thoughts. Seeing this, Xiao Mao felt a little uneasy. He didn't know what he had said wrong. He looked at Xiaohua for help. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Now that Kaizhuxia had died, Li Zongbao. What should Xiaohua say? Oh. That's right, how come Yun Gui Chong is about to reach the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm? Xiaohua could only change the topic. Xiao Mao hurriedly said, yes, otherwise how could Yun Guichong's reputation catch up to senior brother Li's? Ever since he reached the Foundation Establishment realm, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a few decades, he rushed into the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. The news I heard was more than 10 years ago. Now, who knows if he has already reached the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. No matter how powerful he is definitely not my opponent. Not to mention Xiaohua's opponent. Li Zongbao's face regained its calm as he said in a low voice. Yes. When Xiao Mao heard this, he suddenly realized that Li Zongbao's earlier words also meant this. However, he didn't compare Xiaohua to Li Zongbao. Because, in his eyes, Xiaohua killed 3 illusory swordsmen with a raise of his hand. And there were also 3 illusory swordsmen that he didn't see. Xiaohua's cultivation had long surpassed the gold core realm. How could Li Zongbao compare to Xiaohua? In his words, he had included Xiaohua as well. Indeed, indeed. Xiao Mao hurriedly rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Big Brother's cultivation is really powerful. It is comparable to Senior Brother Li's. At this point, Xiao Mao suddenly remembered that when he met Xiaohua that year, Xiaohua was indeed much older than him, but his cultivation was much lower than his. When they met for the second time, Xiaohua's cultivation was still inferior to his. But now... Don't flatter him. Even if he rode a dragon, he wouldn't be able to catch up. He only treated Xiaohua as his family and only felt that his cultivation should be higher than his. However, he never thought that Xiaohua's progress would be so shocking. I'm afraid, that secret technique is the secret to Big Brother's cultivation, right? Xiao Mao thought again, his heart full of gratitude. Seeing that Li Zongbao pointed out his cultivation, Xiaohua simply became a taciturn gourd. He didn't mention this matter and asked in return, Senior Brother Li, let's not talk about this anymore. Where are we going now? If Qin Jian isn't in the Gale snowfield, where is he? This time, we failed to ambush Qin Jian and fell into the sword cultivator's trap. Li Zongbao said, our Taoist sect cultivators suffered heavy losses. However, those cultivators seemed to be somewhat unwilling. They listened to Gao Chengyuan's instigation and prepared to work for Xuanyan School. Tonight, they will attack Xuanyan School's spiritual stone mine. As for those Xuanyan School disciples, they were sent back to Sky Patrol City by Gao Chengyuan. Why did Uncle Master Gao Chengyuan suddenly come to the Gale snowfield? Xiao Mao felt a little strange and said regretfully, if only they had come a few days earlier. They were just passing by. If they hadn't met your Xuanyan School disciples who were rescued by Xiaohua, they wouldn't have thought of the spiritual stone mine. Li Zongbao sneered. He didn't seem to like Gao Chengyuan and the others. Then, Li Zongbao said to Xiaohua, since Qin Jian isn't in the Gale snowfield and Gao Chengyuan and the others don't know, we naturally have to return to Sky Patrol City and wait for news of Qin Jian before we come out. Oh. Xiaohua nodded. That's good too. I'm afraid the disciples of the first team of the thunder-controlling sect will also be going back. I can go back and send them off. Not necessarily. Li Zongbao said again, if we receive any news on the way, we won't return to Sky Patrol City. Okay. Xiaohua nodded and did not object. Xiao Mao was not stressed at all. He understood that no matter how powerful Qin Jian was, he was just an illusory swordsman. Zhong Haoshuan and the others who captured him were also illusory swordsmen and were not inferior to Qin Jian. Xiaohua could kill Zhong Haoshuan alone, so he could naturally kill Qin Jian. He could only take credit for himself and also receive guidance from Xiaohua. What was wrong with that? The 3 of them flew for a long time. When Xiaohua saw that Li Zongbao was no longer talking about Xiao Mao, he turned his head and said, Senior Brother Li, do you remember the disciples of the thunder-controlling sect that we met before we entered the Gale snowfield? Yes, of course. Li Zongbao replied faintly, could it be that you have some new clues? That's right. Xiaohua nodded and said, this time when I went to rescue Xiao Mao, I happened to meet the deceased teacher of the thunder-controlling sect. Then, Xiaohua was about to tell him what happened, but Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, you can give me a brief account of what happened. I'm also curious. Why did the sword cultivator capture Xiao Mao? However, if it involves the secrets of the thunder-controlling sect or the Xuanyan School, it's fine if I don't tell you. Seeing that Li Zongbao's character was so noble, Xiaohua was full of admiration. To tell the truth, if he were in Li Zongbao's shoes, he would rather Li Zongbao tell him everything in detail, including where the spirit stones were and where the treasures were. Everyone is different. Xiaohua sighed and roughly told the whole story. Of course, he would never tell Li Zongbao about the spiritual stones, innate pure water and innate jellyfish. The teacher of the thunder-controlling sect discovered the secret of the sword cultivator. It should be related to the war, so he was killed by the sword cultivator. Xiaohua finally said, whether it's senior brother Li or me, this news can be reported to the conference hall. Moreover, the sword cultivator went from the direction of the Sky Patrol City to the Yin-Yang Twin Spring Mountain. If the news is not true, why would the sword cultivator care? No need. Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, let's go to the conference hall now. It's better for you to report to the conference hall. After all, your teacher of the thunder-controlling sect exchanged his life for this. It's just that. Xiaohua was still hesitant. He was afraid that the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall would get to the bottom of the matter and his benefits would be discovered. Li Zongbao obviously understood Xiaohua's thoughts and said coldly, don't pay attention to them. Don't say anything if you don't want to. Your things are your things. If others want them, they have to get your permission. If you feel that it's inappropriate, you can push all the blame to me. Yes, I know. Xiaohua was delighted. Actually, what secrets, what schemes, in the face of absolute strength, they are all in vain. Li Zongbao said proudly, I don't believe that a sword cultivator can control the outcome of a battle between Dao cultivators with a flying sword. Xiaohua heard and felt that it was reasonable. Even he himself might not be afraid of the supreme light sword, let alone a nascent soul cultivator. But what about those sword formations? Xiaohua reminded. Sword cultivators have sword formations. My Dao sect naturally also has formations. Li Zongbao said indifferently, although the Dao of formations has declined, it's more than enough to deal with sword formations. Don't worry, this matter is not up to you and me. We only need to remind them of this matter. Okay, I understand. Xiaohua nodded. Then the three of them hurried on with their journey. Another 10 days passed. During this time, Xiao Mao was really studious. While Xiaohua was steering the flying boat, he sat cross-legged beside Xiaohua. If he had any questions, he would immediately send a voice transmission to Xiaohua. Xiaohua would also immediately answer him. His tireless appearance was not inferior to that of a strict teacher. On this day, they were passing through a vast expanse of white snow. In order to avoid suspicion, Li Zongbao stood in front of the flowing cloud-flying boat with his hands folded. He heard the rumbling of magic treasures in front of him. Li Zongbao scanned with his divine sense and shouted, "Don't hurt my Dao sect disciple." While speaking, Li Zongbao waved his hand and took out the immortal piercing whip from his storage bag. His figure flashed and flew out of the flowing cloud-flying boat, charging into the battle ahead. Chapter 24-26. Senior Brotherly, my respect for you has been there since I was a child. Xiao Mao stammered as he bowed to Li Zongbao. Before he started practicing the parting love treasure mirror, Li Zongbao would have nodded with a smile. He would have responded warmly and said a few words of encouragement, showing the demeanor of a teacher. But now, Li Zongbao nodded slightly but didn't say much. He only said, "Well, you're not bad either. Xiaohua has talked about you before." Tisk, Xiaohua laughed. Big brother has saved you several times, but I don't see you being so respectful. Hut, big brother is big brother, senior brother Li is senior brother Li. I grew up listening to senior brother Li's name. Xiao Mao knew that Xiaohua didn't care about it. He smiled and replied, "And when I was practicing, I set a goal for myself and wanted to use senior brother Li as my standard." Xiao Mao's eyes showed a trace of gloominess, but Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao didn't see it. Seeing that Li Zongbao didn't want to talk to him, Xiao Hua smiled. Among the young cultivators in the Three Kingdoms, senior brother Li's reputation is the highest. Who doesn't see him as their idol? Everyone talks about him like that when they see him. I'm afraid he's tired of hearing it. Haha, that's for sure. Xiao Mao nodded. I've heard from some cultivators in the Utopia faction that senior brother Li is the #1 cultivator under the Golden Core stage in the Three Kingdoms. You can imagine how much praise he has. That was in the past. I'm afraid I'll have to give way in the future. Li Zongbao suddenly said. Oh. Why? Xiao Mao was stunned. Could it be? Immediately, Xiao Mao came to a realization. He shook his head disapprovingly and said, Fairy Hong Xia and Yunji Chong of the Huanhua sect. Although their reputations are resounding, from what I know, they don't live up to their reputations. Yunji Chong is only in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment stage and has yet to enter the late stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. Fairy Hong Xia has just entered the late stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. Oh? Fairy Hong Xia is in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. Xiao Hua heard that Xiao Mao compared Fairy Hong Xia and Yunji Chong to Li Zongbao, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he heard the news about Fairy Hong Xia, he was even more overjoyed. What? Big brother knows Fairy Hong Xia? Xiao Mao was slightly taken aback. Then, he slapped his own head. Io, that rumored disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Could it be Big Brother? What? Big Brother, this pretty boy is not worthy of Fairy Hong Xia. Xiao Hua touched his chin and asked in dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha, of course, of course. If it wasn't for Big Brother, which cultivator in this world would be worthy of? At this point, Xiao Mao realized that there was a flaw in his words and looked at Li Zongbao rather awkwardly. When he looked at Li Zongbao again, the corners of his mouth were slightly twitching. Clearly, Xiao Mao's words had triggered his thoughts. Seeing this, Xiao Mao felt a little uneasy. He didn't know what he had said wrong. He looked at Xiao Hua for help. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. Now that Kai Zhuxia had died, Li Zongbao. What should Xiao Hua say? Oh. That's right, how come Yun Gui Chong is about to reach the late stage of Foundation establishment? Xiao Hua had no choice but to change the topic. Xiao Mao hurriedly said, that's right. Otherwise, how could Yun Guichong's reputation catch up to senior brother Li's? Ever since he reached Foundation establishment, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a few decades, he reached the middle stage of Foundation establishment. The news I heard was more than 10 years ago. Now, who knows if he has already reached the late stage of Foundation establishment? No matter how powerful he is definitely not my opponent. Not to mention Xiao Hua's opponent. Li Zongbao's face regained its calmness and said in a low voice. Yes. When Xiao Mao heard this, he suddenly realized that Li Zongbao's earlier words also meant this. But, he didn't compare Xiao Hua to Li Zongbao. Because, in his eyes, Xiao Hua killed 3 illusory swordsmen with a raise of his hand. And, there were also 3 illusory swordsmen that he hadn't seen. Xiao Hua's cultivation had long surpassed Gold Core. How could Li Zongbao compare to Xiao Hua? In his words, he had included Xiao Hua as well. Indeed, indeed. Xiao Mao hurriedly rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Big Brother's cultivation is really powerful. It is comparable to senior brother Li's. At this point, Xiao Mao suddenly remembered that when he met Xiao Hua was much older than him, but his cultivation was much lower than his. When they met for the second time, Xiaohua's cultivation was still inferior to his. But now, don't flatter him. Even if he rode a dragon, he wouldn't be able to catch up. He only treated Xiaohua as his family. He only thought that Xiaohua's cultivation should be higher than his, but he never thought that Xiaohua's progress would be so shocking. I'm afraid that secret technique is the secret to Big Brother's cultivation, right? Xiao Mao thought again, his heart full of gratitude. Seeing that Li Zongbao pointed out his cultivation, Xiaohua simply became a taciturn gourd. He didn't mention this matter and asked in return, Senior Brother Li, let's not talk about this anymore. Where are we going now? If Qin Jian isn't in the Gale snowfield, where is he? This time, we failed to ambush Qin Jian. Instead, we fell into the sword cultivator's trap. Li Zongbao said, our Taoist sect cultivators suffered heavy losses. However, those cultivators seemed to be a little unwilling. They listened to Gao Chengyuan's instigation and prepared to work for Xuanyan School. Tonight, they will attack Xuanyan School's spiritual stone mine. As for those Xuanyan School disciples, they were sent back to Sky Patrol City by Gao Chengyuan. Why did Uncle Gao Chengyuan suddenly come to the Gale snowfield? Xiao Mao was a little puzzled and said regretfully, if only they had come a few days earlier. Humph. They were just passing by. If they hadn't met your Xuanyan School disciples who were rescued by Xiaohua, they wouldn't have thought of the spiritual stone mine. Li Zongbao sneered. He didn't like Gao Chengyuan and the others. Then, Li Zongbao said to Xiaohua, since Qin Jian isn't in the Gale snowfield, and Gao Chengyuan and the others don't know, we naturally have to return to Sky Patrol City and wait for news of Qin Jian before we come out. Oh. Xiaohua nodded. That's good too. I'm afraid the disciples of the first team of the thunder-controlling sect will also be going back. I can go back and send them off. Not necessarily. Li Zongbao said again, if we receive any news on the way, we won't return to Sky Patrol City. Okay. Xiaohua nodded and didn't object. Xiao Mao didn't feel any pressure at all. He understood that no matter how powerful Qin Jian was, he was merely an illusory swordsman. Zhong Haoshuan and the others who captured him were also illusory swordsmen and weren't inferior to Qin Jian. If Xiaohua could kill Zhong Haoshuan by himself, he would naturally be able to kill Qin Jian as well. If Xiao Mao followed Xiaohua, he would only be able to obtain merits. In addition, he would also be able to receive guidance from Xiaohua. The three of them flew for a long time. When Xiaohua saw that Li Zongbao didn't mention anything about Xiao Mao, he turned his head and said, Senior Brother Li, do you remember the disciples of the thunder-controlling sect that we met before we entered the Gale snowfield? Yes, of course. Li Zongbao replied indifferently, could it be that you have some new clues? That's right. Xiaohua nodded and said, this time when I went to rescue Xiao Mao, I happened to meet the deceased teacher of the thunder-controlling sect. Then, Xiaohua was about to tell him what happened, but Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, you can give me a brief account of what happened. I'm also curious. Why did the sword cultivator capture Xiao Mao? However, if it's related to the secrets of the thunder-controlling sect or the Xuanyan School, I won't say it. Seeing that Li Zongbao's character was so noble, Xiaohua was full of admiration. To tell the truth, if he were in Li Zongbao's shoes, he would rather Li Zongbao tell him everything in detail, including where the spirit stones were and where the treasures were. Everyone is different. Xiaohua sighed and roughly told the whole story. Of course, he wouldn't tell Li Zongbao about the spiritual stones, innate pure water and innate jellyfish. The teacher of the thunder-controlling sect discovered the secret of the sword cultivator. It should be related to the war, so he was killed by the sword cultivator. Xiaohua finally said, whether it's Senior Brother Li or me, this news can be reported to the conference hall. Moreover, the sword cultivator went from the direction of the Sky Patrol City to the Yin-Yang Twin Spring Mountain. If the news wasn't true, why would the sword cultivator care? No need. Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, "Let's go to the conference hall now. It's better for you to report to the conference hall. After all, your teacher of the thunder-controlling sect exchanged his life for this." It's just that. Xiao Hua was still hesitant. He was afraid that the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall would get to the bottom of the matter and his benefits would be discovered. Li Zongbao obviously understood Xiao Hua's thoughts and said coldly, "Don't pay attention to them. Don't talk about anything that you don't want to talk about. Your things are your things. If others want them, they have to get your permission. If you think it's inappropriate, you can push all the blame to me." "Yes, I know." Xiao Hua was delighted. Actually, what secrets, what schemes, in the face of absolute strength, they are all in vain. Li Zongbao said proudly, "I don't believe that a sword cultivator can control the outcome of a battle between Dao cultivators with a flying sword." Xiao Hua heard and felt that it was reasonable. Even he himself might not be afraid of the supreme light sword, let alone a nascent soul cultivator. But what about those sword formations? Xiao Hua reminded. Sword cultivators have sword formations, my Dao sect naturally also has formations. Li Zongbao said indifferently, although the Dao of formations has declined, it's still more than enough to deal with sword formations. Don't worry, and this matter isn't up to you and me. We just need to remind them. Okay, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded. Then the three of them hurried on with their journey. Another 10 days passed. During this time, Xiao Mao was really eager to learn. While Xiao Hua was steering the flying boat, he sat cross-legged beside Xiao Hua. If he had any questions, he would immediately send a voice transmission to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua would also immediately answer him. His tireless appearance was not inferior to a strict teacher. On this day, they were passing through a vast expanse of white snow. In order to avoid suspicion, Li Zongbao stood in front of the flowing cloud-flying boat with his hands folded. He heard the sound of a treasure rumbling in front of him. Li Zongbao scanned with his divine sense and shouted, "Don't hurt my Dao sect disciple." Chapter 24-27. Zhang Qingxiao took it and looked at it with her divine sense. She sneered, "Prajna Paramitha Heart Sutra. Is this the Buddhist Heart Sutra you cultivate?" He, I knew it. Buddhism is the nemesis of demonic arts. Demonic arts can also peek at Buddhist Heart Sutra. Xiao Hua did not answer directly. He waved his hand and said, "Let Jiang Luer take a look at this Heart Sutra. If he can cultivate it, he can cultivate the Buddhist Heart Sutra. When I have time, I will give him some pointers." Is there a difference between Buddhism and demonic cultivators? Zhang Qingxiao disdainfully put away the golden puppet and said coldly, "Buddhism has long been extinct, but my demonic cultivators are going to prosper." Immediately, Zhang Qingxiao patted her storage bag again and took out a jade pendant and handed it to Xiao Hua. "This is what junior sister asked me to bring to you." "What is this?" Xiao Hua was a little strange. Junior sister found it in the ancestral hall. Zhang Qingxiao said, "It seems to be a cultivation technique of mine, Heartwarming. It leans towards body cultivation. She said that you are my, Heartwarming's, disciple and the only one suitable to cultivate it, so she entrusted me to bring it to you." Xiao Hua did not care and put it into the space. He smiled and said, "If I don't give you the golden puppet, you will forget about this matter." "Who knows?" Zhang Qingxiao spread her hands, "You gave me the golden puppet, and I will also give you the cultivation method." "Okay." Xiao Hua was helpless and asked worriedly, "When will the demonic cultivators from Meng Mountain arrive? How can I help you?" "You." You can help me. Zhang Qingxiao smiled bitterly. You should take care of yourself first. Xiaohua waved his hand and the wishful staff appeared in his hand. His body moved like a ghost, and the sound of the wind on the wishful staff immediately rang in Zhang Qingxiao's ears. Zhang Qingxiao's face changed greatly. It was too late to bring out the bright scenery bell. He immediately pointed his finger, and a faint demonic qi flew out from his hand and blocked the wishful staff. Contrary to Zhang Qingxiao's expectations, the wishful steel staff looked at his devil qi as if it was nothing. It directly blocked the devil qi and struck in front of him. Zhang Qingxiao was shocked and wanted to move. But at this time, Xiaohua's hand stopped. The wishful steel rod was firmly placed in front of him. He smiled and said, "Can I help you?" Your staff is the 5 elements wishful heaven staff you were talking about. What kind of refining method is it? Understanding Xiaohua's intentions, Zhang Qingxiao was overjoyed. It's not that simple. Xiaohua put away the wishful steel rod and sighed. It's just a prototype. I'm not afraid of the devil qi. If you want, this thing can help you, right? Yes, of course it can. Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly nodded. If even my devil qi can't resist it, then the devil qi of others also can't resist it. Then, Zhang Qingxiao thought for a moment and said, how about this? You wait for my message. If I introduce you to someone who calls you the deputy sect leader of the heavenly demon sect, you can kill him with a blow of your stick. Of course. Xiaohua said proudly. Killing a few devil dwellers was not a burden to Xiaohua. Alas, it's really at the end of the road, there's always a glimmer of hope. Zhang Qingxiao sighed. I didn't think that there would be a day when I could use junior brother. Well, why say more? Xiaohua looked into the distance and smiled. If you and I talk too much, others will be suspicious. Well, okay. Zhang Qingxiao nodded, but then shouted, by the way, the rejuvenation pill in the Sky Patrol City was refined by you, right? Oh. How do you know? Xiaohua asked curiously. Junior sister and Zhang Yutong's faces changed, how can I not know? Zhang Qingxiao said snappily. Ha, so you want to give the face-retaining pill to Zhang Yutong? Xiaohua laughed. Hey, if I don't give it to her, who should I give it to? Zhang Qingxiao proudly said, for me, she sold the Xianjian sect to me. What's the big deal about giving her a pill? Well, I really didn't mean it. Maybe this is the legendary big boobs but no brain. Xiaohua nodded with a lewd smile. Zhang Qingxiao sneered. The big boobs are mine, the small boobs are mine, I'm happy. Don't be complacent too early. Xiaohua said, then took out a storage bag and stuffed it to Zhang Qingxiao. The rice seeds from last time must have been distributed. Take these and continue. Are you kidding me? Zhang Qingxiao almost jumped up. You haven't found the spiritual herbs I want yet, how can you get so many rice seeds? Don't you think I'm such an unkind person? Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. You still think you're kind. Zhang Qingxiao's divine sense swept and was also slightly moved. The spiritual herbs recorded in the jade slip she gave Xiaohua last time were all in the storage bag. I exchanged these for you in the Sky Patrol City. Xiaohua smiled. Don't be ungrateful. I know. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand. Although she didn't care about it, her heart was warm. She asked casually, what do you need? Qianli pill and Lingli pill. Xiaohua did not hesitate. If there is a brilliant gold attribute Jindan practice method, I will accept it. Gold attribute Jindan practice method, forget it. I don't have it, and what do you want it for? Zhang Qingxiao's face was bitter. However, there are some Qianli pill and Lingli pill here, enough for you. Saying that, Zhang Qingshao took out a few jade bottles and threw them to Xiaohua. I didn't expect you to just prepare to condense Jindan. Zhang Qingshao didn't forget to ask, then why is your spiritual power so strong? Why should I tell you? Xiaohua's divine sense swept the 2 jade bottles and saw 4 or 5 elixirs in them. He threw them into the space and said, these are not enough. Help me find some more, or give me the prescriptions of these 2 elixirs. What? These are not enough. Zhang Qingshao was shocked. These are Qianli pill and Lingli pill. Do you think they are green beans? Besides, what do you want the prescriptions of these 2 elixirs? Can't Huayuan pill of the Baichao sect also condense Jindan? Besides, the prescriptions of Qianli pill and Lingli pill are regarded as secrets by all sections. Although our heavenly devil sect has some strength. But if we covet the practitioners above Jindan realm, I'm afraid it won't work. Speaking of this, Zhang Qingshao pondered a little and asked, you can also bid in the Sentry City. Oh, how many do you want? Zhang Qingshao obviously thought of something. The more, the better. Although Xiaohua had the prescriptions of Lingli pill and Qianli pill, he didn't guarantee that he could refine them. Besides, he didn't have time to refine Huayuan pill. How could it be more convenient than the ready-made elixirs? However, Xiaohua wanted to keep his mouth shut. However, his decision to keep his mouth shut came too late. Zhang Qingshao naturally knew a lot from it. Well, then I'll take my disciples to other big cities and auction places. Zhang Qingshao knew that Qianli pill and Lingli pill were related to Xiaohua's condensing Jindan. He didn't dare to be careless and nodded. Well, if you find it, you can send me a message, or let your disciples go to the station of the Thunder sect in the Sentry City to find me. Xiaohua was not polite and looked around. Can your magic matrix block their vision? Of course. Zhang Qingshao said proudly. Well, in this case, I'm leaving. If there's anything, I'll send you a message again. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. Okay. Zhang Qingshao also nodded. When you leave, I'll take my disciples to deal with this matter. Well, you send Zhang Yutong back. If there's really something. Alas, forget it, I'd better not show up. Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and smiled bitterly. If there's any fighting or killing, you can call me. Ha ha ha, it seems that junior fellow apprentice has killed a lot of sword practitioners. Zhang Qingshao laughed. Xiaohua was angry and said coldly, isn't this all because of you? Ha ha ha, Zhang Qingshao still laughed wildly. He waved his hand and said, even if I did it, so what? You and I will fight sooner or later. Since you have a task, let's do it according to the old agreement. Xiaohua sneered. He turned around and flew toward Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao in the distance. Chapter 24-28. As he spoke, he took out the immortal piercing whip from his storage pouch. With a sway of his body, he flew out of the flowing cloud-flying ship and charged into the battle ahead. Xiaohua had heard Li Zongbao's words more than 10 times in the past 10 days. He did not care and did not release his divine force. He turned his head and said with a smile, Xiao Mao, your senior brother Li has already made his move. Don't you want to move around a bit? Haha, since Big Brother has given the order, I will naturally make my move. Xiao Mao opened his eyes and said, however, don't let Big Brother save you in the end like 3 days ago. Go. Xiaohua said with a smile, your master is right. You and senior brother Li are the same. Both of you need to increase your cultivation through fighting. Don't worry about anything. Big Brother will watch over you. Yes, little brother understands. As he spoke, Xiao Mao patted his storage pouch and held the universe ring in his hand. He activated his dermic powers and it turned into a foot long. It emitted a brilliant light and flew into the battle ahead. Seeing that the two of them had flown away, Xiaohua also put away the flowing cloud-flying ship and used the wind escape to follow behind them. Seeing that Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip had already flown into the battle, Xiaohua scanned with his divine force. It turned out that there were 4 people who were enchanted. Their opponents were 6,000 Leaf Ridge disciples. When Li Zongbao killed his way into the battle, there was still one cultivator who was struggling to hold on. Damn it! Fight! Although Li Zongbao could not determine whether the 4 enchanted people were sword cultivators, he recognized the Taoist robes of the 1,000 Leaf Ridge disciples like Xiao Hua. How could he not help the 1,000 Leaf Ridge disciples? With a wave of his hand, the earth-shattering whip shadows wrapped around the 4 bewildered cultivators. Haha, there are meddlesome cultivators who want to die. A slightly hoarse voice came from one of the enchanted people. Then, he attacked the 1,000 Leaf Ridge disciples' dermic artifact. He abandoned the 1,000 Leaf Ridge disciple and stood in front of the 4 people. The dermic artifact was long and flat. It looked like a drum or a stick. Its surface emitted a faint black mist. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. Poof, a series of muffled sounds could be heard. It was as if the divine piercing whip had hit a quagmire. Although the black mist was completely dispersed, his divine piercing whip had also stopped. At this moment, one of the people next to him waved his hand, and a round Dharma artifact that looked like a bell flew into the air. It shook above the 1,000 Leaf Ridge disciples' head twice, and a strange red mist flew out of the bell Dharma artifact, killing the 1,000 Leaf Ridge disciple in midair. Hiss! Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes slightly. This 1,000 Leaf Ridge disciple was at the peak of the early-stage Foundation establishment realm, but he could not resist this person at all. If it was not because the difference in cultivation was too great, then there was something wrong with this person's ritual implement. Suddenly, Li Zongbao seemed to have thought of something. He held the immortal piercing whip in his hand and urged his magic power. The runes on the immortal piercing whip slightly appeared and slowly rotated on the surface of the whip. At this moment, the other person who had not made a move all this time clapped his hand, and a bell appeared in his hand. Sigh. Xiao Hua had been puzzled for a long time. When he saw the bright scenic bell, he sighed. He urged his magic power to fly to the front and whispered to Li Zongbao, "Senior brotherly, wait a moment." Oh. Li Zongbao was stunned. However, he did not withdraw his magic power. Instead, he held the immortal piercing whip and watched Xiao Hua's actions quietly. Ha, another one who wants to die. The person who was holding the Bell Dharma artifact laughed. Just as he was about to take out his ritual implement, he heard the other person say coldly, "All of you, back off." Yes. Young master, the person was stunned and quickly put away his bell. The other person also put away his ritual implement, and the two of them retreated more than 3 meters. You really didn't die. A hoarse voice sounded. Are you happy that I'm dead? Xiao Hua sneered. That's right. You can't die. If you die, won't I be lonely? Who in this world can be my opponent? Although the hoarse voice did not have a tone, it was obviously very hostile. The battle between you and me, the time is not right yet. What do you want to do? Xiao Hua was also very hostile. What do I want to do? What do you think? The person said again, with the 2 people behind you, you might be able to escape. But them? Not necessarily. Xiao Hua was also disdainful. How do you know if you don't try? Xiao Mao roared behind him. Shut up. The person coldly berated, you're a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. This is not the place for you to speak. Don't speak first. Xiaohua waved his hand and said to Li Zongbao, Senior Brother Li, this is my former opponent. I have some agreement with him. Senior Brother Li and Junior Brother Xiao, are you? Yes, I understand. You be more careful. Li Zongbao suddenly understood. He waved his hand, and the immortal piercing whip was still in his hand. He flew back. Xiao Mao looked at Xiaohua and was somewhat worried. However, he also flew over with Li Zongbao. You two also retreat. The person waved his hand and said. Yes. The two bewildered people who had already retreated 10 feet back immediately moved their bodies backward again until they could no longer see what was in front of them. However, the other lost soul stood quietly in mid-air and ignored him. Xiaohua saw this and frowned slightly. Hehe, Yu Tong, this is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect that I befriended. He's very powerful. In the future, if you have any important matters, try to find him as much as possible. As he spoke, the person lifted the lid. Who else could it be other than the head of the Heavenly Demon sect, Zhang Qingshao? Yu Tong. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and looked at the person. Xiaohua. You're the Qi refinement disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, Xiaohua. The person lifted the lid. Wasn't it Zhang Yutong, whom the sword cultivator had been looking for? What? Yutong, you know Xiaohua. Zhang Qingshao was also shocked. He never dreamed that Zhang Yutong would know Xiaohua. Of course I know him. Zhang Yutong said with emotion. Before I was captured by my husband, I saw Xiaohua at the Taiqing Sex Feather Immortal Assembly. Ha ha ha. That's right, your husband neglected this matter. This Xiaoyu continent is still too small. Zhang Qingshao rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Zhang Yutong. Where's your sister Zhang Yuha? Xiaohua's face was not relaxed. He knew that Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha were the cause of this sword battle. Zhang Yutong was here, so she was naturally captured by Zhang Qingshao. However, where was Zhang Yuha? I don't know where she went. Zhang Yutong shook her head. I heard from my husband that he didn't capture my sister. Husband? Xiaohua said coldly. Zhang Qingshao, when did you marry a sword cultivator? What does it have to do with you who I marry? Zhang Qingshao curled his lips and replied. I don't care who you marry. When Xiaohua saw that Zhang Qingshao was with Zhang Yutong and that Zhang Yutong mentioned that she was captured by Zhang Qingshao, he immediately understood everything. Knowing that this sword battle was instigated by the Heavenly Demon sect, he couldn't help but feel angry. After all, he had personally witnessed the deaths of many cultivators and swordsmen. This could be said to be Zhang Qingshao's fault. His tone was already unkind. I just want to know. Xiaohua was about to ask, but he felt that it was inconvenient with Zhang Yutong beside him, so he shut his mouth. Husband Zhang Yutong pursed her lips and smiled. What's your relationship with Xiaohua? When were you going to fight to the death? He's only at the middle stage of foundation establishment. How can he be your opponent? Besides, you have a grudge with him. How can you entrust me to him? Tisk, Zhang Qingshao said disdainfully. Don't be fooled by his appearance of being at the middle stage of foundation establishment. This guy is the best at deceiving people. Not to mention that you're not his opponent with your cultivation at the first stage of illusory sword stage. Even I don't have the confidence to kill him. If he's really at the middle stage of foundation establishment, then I'm really just a small fry in the Heavenly Demon sect. Xiaohua frowned when he heard this. He had a good impression of Zhang Yutong, but it didn't reach the level of trust. Moreover, although Zhang Yutong was Zhang Qingshao's wife, Zhang Qingshao wouldn't talk about trust for no reason. Sure enough, he heard Zhang Qingshao say again, however, although this guy is a cultivator of the Tao sect and doesn't get along with my heavenly demon sect, he has a noble character. When I wasn't in charge of the heavenly demon sect, he was a close friend. Otherwise, how could I introduce you to him? Husband, you're a bit strange. Zhang Yutong's charming face slightly raised and said with a smile, with the strength of the heavenly demon sect, why do you need to rely on others? Husband, are you? Zhang Yutong also looked at Xiao Hua with vigilance. How do you women know about the matters between men? Zhang Qingshao casually waved his hand, wife, please avoid him for a moment. This husband will tell him about your duel. Yes, this concubine understands. Zhang Yutong bowed obediently and also turned to leave. With a wave of her hand, Zhang Qingshao set up a layer of restriction without anyone noticing. Zhang Qingshao Xiao Hua was confused, but for the sake of righteousness, he was still cold. The cultivators of the Tao sect have been fighting with the swordsmen of the Sword Cultivator sect for nearly 10 years. Do you know how many people have died? You kidnapped Zhang Yutong. Even if it was for her beauty, you could have just come to propose marriage. Why did you start a war between cultivators? What's your motive? Ha 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 ha! Zhang Qingshao looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His eyes were about to shed tears of ridicule. He pointed at Xiao Hua and said, little junior brother, oh little junior brother, everyone in the world can scold me like this, but you absolutely can't. Oh. Xiao Hua frowned and vaguely realized something in his heart. Although Zhang Yutong is a beauty, I'm also fond of her now and am willing to grow old with her. But if it was only for this reason, do you think I would kidnap her? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak again, Zhang Qingshao said angrily, I kidnapped her to start a war between cultivators of the Tao of the Sword. I want the war between sword cultivators that hasn't been heard from for many years to rise again. Only in this way will the nascent soul cultivator who killed my master have the chance to be killed by a sword cultivator on the battlefield. Only in this way will the sect that destroyed me, Heartwarming, be exposed on the battlefield. Chapter 24-29. No, he must be back. Li Zongbao shook his head and said, although this senior is not in charge of the secret teleportation array, it must lead directly to Sky Patrol City. That's strange. Xiao Hua scratched his head, and the Golden Core cultivator had a strange expression on his face. However, this expression disappeared in a flash, and the Golden Core cultivator asked, are you going back to Sky Patrol City? Do you have a token? When Li Zongbao took out the token, the Golden Core cultivator checked the token and sent Xiao Hua and the other two into the transmission array. Only then did the Golden Core cultivator look at the gradually disappearing transmission array, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he muttered to himself, hee, the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, the Golden Core cultivator's smile disappeared again. He reached out his hand and took out a disc-shaped array device. He frowned and said, which cultivator's spiritual sense was it? How could it be so powerful? Or was it a sword cultivator? No matter who it is, my teleportation array is going to change location again. Xiao Hua and the others came out of the teleportation array. Although they had used the teleportation talisman, they were still not used to it. As soon as Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao came out of the teleportation array, they sat cross-legged in the empty space in the distance and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. Xiao Hua naturally followed. Just as Xiao Hua was pretending, the teleportation array flashed and 3 late-stage Golden Core cultivators appeared in the array. Isn't this fellow Daoist Qing Bai? The Golden Core cultivator in charge of the teleportation array saw them from afar and hurried over. He cupped his hands and greeted the graceful female cultivator in front of him. Hee, so it's fellow Daoist Bing Yu. I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still as charming as ever. The female cultivator looked at the middle-stage golden core cultivator and smiled. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. How can I be compared to fellow Daoist Qingbai's beauty and youth? Bingyu hurriedly waved his hands modestly and said, besides, Ai's cultivation hasn't improved after so many years. On the other hand, fellow Daoist Qingbai has obtained an opportunity and soared to the sky. You're about to conceive a baby. I'm really envious. No matter how beautiful I am, I can't compare to the rejuvenation pill of your Sky Patrol City. Qingbai covered her mouth and giggled. It was obvious that she enjoyed it. However, she still said, I came here today to ask for a rejuvenation pill from fellow Daoist Wen. When Bingyu heard this, her face was extremely unnatural. She smiled apologetically and said, if it's something else, I can still do my best, but that thing. Cough cough, fellow Daoist Qingbai said it in vain. Why don't you just tell Tu Hong directly when you see him? He's now the mayor's favorite. Fellow Daoist Frostfeather, why are you only exchanging pleasantries with fellow Daoist Qingbai? Do you think we're nothing? A white-haired golden core cultivator next to him teased, could it be that you have the same thoughts as fellow Daoist too? Bah! Qingbai spat lightly, but she wasn't angry. No, no, no. Bingyu hurriedly bowed and said, I greet fellow Daoist Yunchen and fellow Daoist Ji Fan. However, fellow Daoist Qingbai walked in front of me, so I just said a few words. Hee, greetings fellow Daoist Frostfeather. Although Yunchen and Ji Fan's cultivation levels were higher, they still bowed and talked to each other as if they were peers. As they spoke, several teleportation arrays flashed, and a dozen Foundation establishment and Qi refinement disciples of various sects came out of the teleportation arrays. When they saw the golden core cultivators here, they all bowed respectfully. However, because they had just come out of the teleportation arrays, they all felt dizzy and uncomfortable. Forget it, we'd better hurry up and leave. Qingbai said with a smile, we're really delaying fellow Daoist Frostfeather's task. Okay. Bingyu nodded and said, today is fellow Daoist Tu's happy occasion, so many fellow Daoists have come to congratulate him. I will wait here. When I'm not busy, I will go to Tu Hong's residence to exchange pleasantries with all of you. Then, Bingyu raised her head and shouted, guards, take the 3 division masters there. Hee, there's no need for that. Yunchen waved his hand and said, it's not like we haven't been to Tu Hong's residence before. Why bother? Well, all right. You're old friends of Patrol City and Tu Hong's close friends. You're not outsiders, so I won't be polite. Well said, well said. Qingbai and the other 2 division masters cupped their hands and walked out quickly. What's Tu Hong's happy occasion? Xiao Hua, who was next to him, heard it clearly. Although he did not open his eyes, he had some doubts in his heart. Tu Hong had ambushed the disciples of the first team of the thunder-controlling sect in the abandoned mineral vein. Although they were not sent out to fight the enemy, they were completely trapped in the formation and had no chance of survival. If it were not for Xiao Hua, who was lucky to have the protection of the Phoenix celestial body, the 7 of them would have been killed. Xiao Hua did not know Tu Hong's purpose, but did he need to know? If others did not offend him, he would not offend them. If others offended him, he would kill them. In Xiao Hua's eyes, Tu Hong was already a dead man. Xiao Hua did not want to participate in the battle of the spiritual stone vein. On one hand, he did not want to reveal his strength. On the other hand, he wanted to return to Patrol City and see if there was a chance to kill Tu Hong. To be honest, in the entire Patrol City, among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, Xiao Hua was only afraid of the Shuayu sage. He wanted to see if there was a chance to kill Tu Hong without the Shuayu sage knowing. However, he did not expect to hear about Tu Hong's good news just as he came out of the teleportation formation. How could he not pay attention to it? What good news? Xiaohua muttered, could it be that he has entered the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm? Or the late stage of the Golden Core Realm? So what? I'll kill them all. Junior brother Xiao, how's your rest? Li Zongbao's voice came. Well, I'm good. Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao's voices came at the same time. Xiao Hua heard it and smiled. He opened his eyes and said, Senior brother Li, you don't have to be polite in the future. Just call me by my name. Well, Li Zongbao nodded, stood up and said, in that case, we'll go to the meeting hall. But at this moment, the nearest teleportation formation flashed with black and white brilliance. A middle-stage foundation establishment disciple of the Xuanyan school appeared from the teleportation formation covered in blood. Beside him was a patrol city disciple supporting him. However, just as the two figures appeared, the Xuanyan school disciple staggered and spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. He fainted on the patrol city disciple. What happened? Bing Yu saw it and did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly flew over and shouted. Reporting to Marshal and Bing Yu. The patrol city disciple hurriedly shouted, this Xuanyan school disciple came from the Gale snowfield. He said that Xuanyan school attacked the spiritual stone vein occupied by the sword cultivators. In the end, they were ambushed. Qin Jian and the other illusory sword cultivators had already set up a trap. All the golden core cultivators were killed. Chapter 24:30. Little junior brother, you have to know that those are 3 nascent soul cultivators. No matter how much you and I cultivate, they're still improving. You're a nascent soul cultivator while they're distracted. You're distracted while they're at the void refinement realm. You're at the void refinement realm and they're at the unity realm. How can you possibly catch up to them? How can you avenge master and eldest senior brother? If it weren't for the Sword Dao War, how could they have died? Even if you catch up to them, don't forget that they have the power of the entire sect. Can you join forces with the thunder-controlling sect to attack another sect? If I don't start the Sword Dao War, when can I, Heartwarming, get my revenge? But, the moment you start the war, before the nascent soul cultivators join in, there are already thousands, hundreds of thousands of cultivators and swordsmen who have died. Xiao Hua also roared. Ha ha ha, thousands. Tens of thousands. 100,000. 1,000,000. Zhang Qingxiao laughed wildly. What does that have to do with me? I'm the sect master of the Heavenly Devil sect. The more they die, the happier I am. You. Xiao Hua gritted his teeth. I've already told you that master, eldest senior brother, and junior sister are the closest people to me in this world. I definitely won't let them get hurt. No matter who. As long as they dare to hurt them, even if I go to the 9 heavens, the 9 underworlds, even if I fall into the devil Dao or the ghost Dao, I won't spare them. It's only 100,000 lives, it's really nothing. If it's possible, I can sacrifice the entire Dawn Rain continent. Zhang Qingxiao said with a sinister smile. Sigh, Xiao Hua's heart ached when he heard that. This was already the 3rd time Zhang Qingxiao mentioned it in front of him. He also deeply understood Zhang Qingxiao's heart. It was simply impossible to kill 3 nascent soul cultivators with the power of one person. Don't worry. Little junior brother, if you're killed one day, I'll still help you avenge my heavenly devil sect. Zhang Qingxiao said when she saw that Xiao Hua was somewhat calm. TCH, Xiao Hua sneered. Even if you die, I won't die. But when he said that, he felt that something was wrong and asked, why did you suddenly come here? Could it be that you deliberately entrusted Zhang Yutong to me? You. Do you have something to say? Let's not talk about this for now. Zhang Qingshao waved her hand impatiently and said, the moment we met, you poured the dirty water of starting a war between Dao cultivators onto me. I'm not done with you. Heh heh, you're still in high spirits. Xiao Hua sneered. If you didn't kidnap Zhang Yutong, where would the sword cultivator's excuse come from? Then, if I send Zhang Yutong back, do you think the sword cultivators will stop fighting? Zhang Qingshao said coldly. Ah. You sent Zhang Yutong back to Huan country. Xiao Hua was surprised. Isn't she your wife? I won't get together with you. When Zhang Qingshao heard this, he became even more furious. I'm telling you, even if I send Zhang Yutong back to the Huan country, the sword cultivators will definitely not stop fighting. Because this battle is what they want to fight, and not me who started it. I've been holding Zhang Yutong hostage for almost 10 years, so why haven't they come out to fight? I'm telling you, what they want are spirit stones, spirit herbs, and things for cultivation. Seeing Zhang Qingshao angry, Xiao Hua laughed. Heh heh, I naturally know this, but you kidnapping Zhang Yutong gave them an excuse. Even if I didn't kidnap Zhang Yutong, they also have an excuse. Since when do you need a reason to snatch a spirit stone mine? Zhang Qingshao took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and said coldly. And this. I also know. Xiao Hua laughed softly, but you really haven't seen Zhang Yuhe. And I intentionally let Zhang Yuhe go. Zhang Qingshao nodded. If she didn't escape, who would know that Zhang Yutong fell into the hands of cultivators? As for where she went, and what happened, I don't know. I'm still puzzled. Such a good opportunity was wasted just like that. Alright, now that the war is over and countless people have died, this is all your sin. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, why did you suddenly think of sending Zhang Yutong back to Huan country? That's my sin, I'll naturally bear it. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? It's none of your business. Zhang Qingshao was disdainful, but when Zhang Yutong was mentioned, a touch of warmth flashed across her face. She thought for a moment and said with a smile, I originally didn't plan to do anything with this little girl. I only approached her to inquire about Huan country's sword sect, but you didn't expect to be trapped in it. Involuntarily. Xiao Hua said with a smile, but in his heart, he was happy for Zhang Qingshao. What's with all these polite words? Zhang Qingshao said coldly, this is the pleasure of dual cultivation. How could you possibly know this? Damn it, I naturally know. Xiao Hua muttered in his heart, not only is my physical body comfortable, even my Dharma body is comfortable. But, I won't tell you. But. Then Zhang Qingshao looked around again, as if worried, and whispered, I haven't told her my true identity. But. I recently encountered a difficult matter. If there's a mishap, I might lose my life, so I had no choice but to send her back to Huan country and tell her my identity. Second senior brother, what's the matter? Xiao Hua was a little anxious. However, Zhang Qingshao ignored him and only said with a smile, how would I know? This little girl is very cunning, she already knew my identity. When she saw me telling her the truth, she was even more considerate. She also said that my revenge is her revenge. She will definitely add oil to the fire, and let the sword cultivators kill more nascent soul cultivators of the Dao sect. If I had known earlier, why would I go through so much trouble? No way. How could this be? When Xiao Hua heard this, he was also shocked. Isn't Zhang Yutong's elbow a little too big? Who knows? As the saying goes, a married daughter is spilled water. This woman is really hard for men to understand. Zhang Qingshao sighed with emotion. Shue Shue. Xiaohua immediately thought of Shue Shue's abnormality. However, senior brother does have something to trouble you with. Zhang Qingxiao said shamelessly, how's the Qiu Yinlu that you helped senior brother refine? There's no progress yet. Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the Qiu Yinlu. If second senior brother needs it, take it away now. Zhang Qingxiao took the Qiu Yinlu and looked at it again and again. His face was gloomy, and he handed it back to Xiaohua, saying, this thing is useless with senior brother now, you better take it yourself. If you have the chance, quickly refine this thing concerns senior brother's life. What's going on? Xiaohua took the Qiu Yinlu and asked again. Alas, it's like this. Zhang Qingxiao said with a crying face as she recounted the whole story. It turned out that the vice sect leader of the heavenly demon sect, Yin Meng, failed to find Xiaohua, but he brought a piece of news to Zhang Qingxiao that made him collapse. On the other side of the Meng Mountains, there was a cultivator with profound devil arts coming over, and from what Yin Meng said, that devil cultivator's situation was similar to Zhang Qingxiao's. He was also possessed, and his devil arts were far superior to Yin Meng. Didn't you say that devil cultivators need to use the Deqianquan teleportation token to come to the Dawn Rain continent? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. This thing is in this little brother's storage bag. Damn it, who knows what kind of method they used again. Zhang Qingxiao cursed, my devil cultivator lineage has many strange methods. It's nothing too strange, to be able to find a way outside of the Deqianquan teleportation token, it's nothing. Actually, I already knew that this day would come sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Xiaohua nodded. He didn't ask why Zhang Qingxiao was not tolerated by the other devil cultivators. He knew that even if he asked, this guy would definitely not say. So, I have to lay my cards on the table with Zhang Yutong. Zhang Qingxiao said helplessly, and send her back to Huan country. Oh right, I said that if she wants to find you for anything, as long as it doesn't endanger me, Heartwarming, you have to spare no effort. I know what to do. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao reiterate again, Xiaohua could only nod and agree. Zhang Qingxiao seemed to be relieved, and said, when I received the news of your death, I knew that it was unlikely that you would die in the hands of the illusory sword, but I still went to the Spirit Stone Mine at Mount Quanjin to take a look. That large array is indeed powerful, even a nascent soul cultivator is helpless against it, that's why I was a little worried. But I didn't expect to actually see you here. You didn't tell senior sister, right? Xiaohua whispered. No, I'm not that stupid. Hearing Xiaohua mention Xiao Xianrui, Zhang Qingxiao curled her lips and replied, but then she thought of something and said, Junior sister has been worried about Jiang Luer these few years. What's wrong with Jiang Luer? Xiaohua was curious. Alas, Jiang Luer, he seems to be unable to cultivate. Zhang Qingxiao sighed, I also helped him take a look, and indeed I didn't find anything strange. Jiang Luer is talented and intelligent, he can understand all the cultivation methods, but his body can't generate true qi. That's strange. Xiaohua was also stunned, you didn't think of any other way. You're the sect leader of Heavenly Demon Sect. Of course I thought of it. Zhang Qingxiao said angrily, you're free and unfettered in this sword cultivator war, so I naturally have to worry about Heartwarming. However, I don't think it's anything. If it really doesn't work, I'll let Jiang Luer cultivate the devil art. Absolutely not. Xiaohua said anxiously. TSK, why do you have the same tone as junior sister? Zhang Qingxiao said coldly, my heavenly demon sect is also a devil art with a long history, it's not something you know. How about this? Xiaohua clapped his hands, took out a golden ni and handed it to Zhang Qingxiao. I can't get away from the sword cultivator war now, this is a Buddhist cultivation method that I just got, you can give it to senior sister to try. If it works, practicing the Buddhist cultivation method is better than practicing the devil art. Chapter 24:31. Zhang Qingshao took it and looked at it with her divine sense. She sneered, Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra. Is this the Buddhist Heart Sutra you cultivate? He, I knew it. Buddhism is the nemesis of demonic arts. Demonic arts can also peek at Buddhist Heart Sutra. Xiaohua did not answer directly. He waved his hand and said, let Jiang Luer take a look at this Heart Sutra. If he can cultivate it, he can cultivate the Buddhist Heart Sutra. When I have time, I will give him some pointers. Is there a difference between Buddhism and demonic cultivators? Zhang Qingshao disdainfully put away the golden puppet and said coldly, Buddhism has long been extinct, but my demonic cultivators are going to prosper. Immediately, Zhang Qingshao patted her storage bag again and took out a jade pendant and handed it to Xiaohua. This is what junior sister asked me to bring to you. What is this? Xiaohua was a little strange. Junior sister found it in the ancestral hall. Zhang Qingshao said, it seems to be a cultivation technique of mine, Heartwarming. It leans towards body cultivation. She said that you are my, Heartwarming's, disciple, and the only one suitable to cultivate it. Xiaohua did not care and put it into the space. He smiled and said, if I don't give you the golden puppet, you will forget about this matter. Who knows? Zhang Qingshao spread out her hands, you gave me the golden puppet, and I will also give you the cultivation method. Okay. Xiaohua was helpless and asked worriedly, when will the demonic cultivators from Meng Mountain arrive? How can I help you? You can help me. Zhang Qingshao smiled bitterly, you should take care of yourself first. Xiaohua waved his hand and the wishful staff appeared in his hand. His body moved like a ghost, and the sound of the wind on the wishful staff immediately rang in Zhang Qingshao's ears. Zhang Qingshao's face changed greatly. It was too late to bring out the bright scenery bell. He immediately pointed his finger and a faint demonic qi flew out from his hand and blocked the wishful staff. Contrary to Zhang Qingshao's expectations, the wishful steel staff looked at his devil qi as if it was nothing. It directly blocked the devil qi and struck in front of him. Zhang Qingshao was shocked and wanted to move. But at this time, Xiaohua's hand stopped. The wishful steel rod was firmly placed in front of him. He smiled and said, can I help you? Your staff is the 5 elements wishful heaven staff you were talking about. What kind of refining method is it? Understanding Xiaohua's intentions, Zhang Qingshao was overjoyed. It's not that simple. Xiaohua put away the wishful steel rod and sighed, it's just a prototype. I'm not afraid of the devil qi. If you want, this thing can help you, right? Yes, of course it can. Zhang Qingshao hurriedly nodded. If even my devil qi can't resist it, then the devil qi of others also can't resist it. Then, Zhang Qingshao thought for a moment and said, how about this? You wait for my message. If I introduce you to someone who calls you the deputy sect leader of the heavenly demon sect, you can kill him with a blow of your stick. Of course. Xiaohua said proudly. Killing a few devil dwellers was not a burden to Xiaohua. Alas, it's really at the end of the road, there's always a glimmer of hope. Zhang Qingshao sighed. I didn't think that there would be a day when I could use junior brother. Well, why say more? Xiaohua looked into the distance and smiled. If you and I talk too much, others will be suspicious. Well, okay. Zhang Qingshao nodded, but then shouted, by the way, the rejuvenation pill in the Sky Patrol City was refined by you, right? Oh. How do you know? Xiaohua asked curiously. Well, Junior sister and Zhang Yutong's faces changed, how can I not know? Zhang Qingshao said snappily. He threw them into the space and said, "These are not enough. Help me find some more, or give me the prescriptions of these 2 elixirs." What? These are not enough. Zhang Qingshao was shocked. These are Qianli pill and Lingli pill. Do you think they are green beans? Besides, what do you want the prescriptions of these 2 elixirs? Can't Huayuan pill of the Baichao sect also condense elixir? Besides, the prescriptions of Qianli pill and Lingli pill are regarded as secrets by all sections. Although our heavenly demon sect has some strength. But if we covet the practitioners above Jindan realm, I'm afraid it won't work. Speaking of this, Zhang Qingshao pondered a little and asked, "You can also bid in the Sentry City." Ouch, how many do you want? Zhang Qingshao obviously thought of something. The more, the better. Although Xiaohua had the prescriptions of Lingli pill and Qianli pill, he didn't guarantee that he could refine Qianli pill and Lingli pill. Besides, he didn't have time to refine Huayuan pill. How could it be more convenient than ready-made elixirs? However, Xiaohua wanted to keep his mouth shut, but it was too late for him to keep his mouth shut. Zhang Qingshao naturally knew a lot from it. Well, then I'll take my disciples to other big cities and auction places. Zhang Qingshao knew that Qianli pill and Lingli pill were related to Xiaohua's condensing elixir, so he didn't dare to be careless and nodded. Well, if you find it, you can send me a message, or let your disciples go to the station of the Thunder sect in the Sentry City to find me. Xiaohua was not polite and looked around. Can your magic matrix block their vision? Of course. Zhang Qingshao said proudly. Well, in this case, I'm leaving. If there's anything, I'll send you a message. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. Okay. Zhang Qingshao also nodded. When you leave, I'll take my disciples to deal with this matter. Well, you send Zhang Yutong back. If there's really something. Alas, forget it, I'd better not show up. Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and smiled bitterly. If there's any fighting or killing, you can call me. Ha ha ha, it seems that junior fellow apprentice has killed a lot of sword practitioners. Zhang Qingshao laughed. Xiaohua was angry and said coldly, "Isn't this all because of you?" Ha ha ha, Zhang Qingshao was still laughing wildly and waved his hand. Even if I did it, so what? You and I will fight sooner or later. Since you have a mission, let's do it according to the old agreement. Humph, Xiaohua sneered, turned around and flew towards Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao in the distance. The 2 of them also flew very far away and were sitting in a depression on a mountain peak, so they could not see the situation of Xiaohua and Zhang Qingshao. Is it done? Li Zongbao only asked lightly. Yes, Xiaohua also gave a simple answer. Li Zongbao hesitated for a moment and added, "These few seem to be demonic cultivators, you have to be careful." Thank you, senior fellow apprentice Li. Xiaohua smiled. I didn't know at first, but I had some dealings with him. Later on, I found out that he was a demonic cultivator. Well, that's good. Let's go. Li Zongbao's divine sense swept over and saw that Zhang Qingshao and the others had put on the camouflage and were flying in the direction of the Huan Kingdom. He also waved his hand and led Xiaohua and Xiao Mao to the direction of the Sky Patrol City. The 2 of them were flying in different directions. If Li Zongbao had not said, "Don't hurt my Dao sect's disciples," they would not have met. Naturally, Li Zongbao repeated these words several times along the way. However, Xiaohua only steered the flowing cloud-flying ship and didn't make a move. This time, Li Zongbao led Xiao Mao in killing. Xiao Mao's ferocity and courage to fight was especially appreciated by Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao saw that Xiao Mao was no longer as unfamiliar as before. He even inadvertently gave Xiao Mao some pointers on how to use the whip. Xiao Hua watched from the side and was also happy. However, this period was over very quickly. On this day, when Li Zongbao commanded the flowing cloud flying ship to fly between snow-capped mountains, he heard Li Zongbao say in a low voice, "Xiao Hua, stop the flying ship." Yes. Xiao Hua was already in a daze from flying. How could he know where they were? He only knew that they should be near the teleportation array. He did not think that Li Zongbao would be as stupid as him and fly directly back to the Sky Patrol City. Sure enough, Li Zongbao clapped his hand and took out his token. He cast a spell and a light rose from the magic treasure and flew to the front left of the flying ship. Without waiting for Li Zongbao's order, Xiao Hua urged the flying ship to follow the light. However, after flying for less than a meal, many similar flowing cloud flying ships flew out from the mountain range in front of them. Damn it! Xiao Hua spat. Needless to say, they must be the disciples of the Seven Skills sect. Chapter 2432. If Xiao Hua was alone, he would have put the flowing cloud airship into his space. However, there were Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao on the airship. It was inconvenient for him to do that and he was afraid of losing face. He could only drive the airship forward. The disciples of the Seven Skills sect looked over and were puzzled. "You're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Where did you get the flowing cloud airship from? Quickly return it to our Seven Skills sect." A disciple in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage who was leading the group shouted. Li Zongbao looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. Xiao Hua stopped the airship and walked to Li Zongbao's side. "Oh. Isn't this fellow cultivator Li Zongbao from the Utmost Happiness sect? What's wrong? Our Seven Skills sect's flowing cloud airship. Where did you get it?" More than 10 airships surrounded Xiao Hua's airship and blocked it in the middle. Li Zongbao's eyes didn't move, as if he didn't hear them at all. Although he was very famous, he was still a disciple of the Utmost Happiness sect in Meng country. The Seven Skills sect was a famous sect in Shi country. How could Li Zongbao take them seriously? Even if there were some taboos, he definitely wouldn't treat them with respect. Hee. Xiao Hua flew over and sneered, "So it's fellow cultivator from the Seven Skills sect. What's wrong with I's airship? What's wrong?" The Foundation establishment stage disciple glanced at the silent Li Zongbao and sneered, "Can't you see that your airship is the same as our Seven Skills sect's airship?" "Same. Why can't I see it?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "This airship was taken from the Sword Cultivator by I. What does it have to do with your Seven Skills sect? Isn't that obvious? Our airship was taken by the Sword Cultivator." Another young Qi refinement stage disciple said anxiously, "That's why you took it from the Sword Cultivator." "Oh. So you know about it too." Xiao Hua suddenly smiled. "If that's the case, you should ask the Sword Cultivator for it. Why did you ask I to return the airship to you? Fellow Daoist, your words are meaningless. The Imperial Thunder sect and my Seven Possibilities sect are both sects from the state of Shi. We are currently defending the Sky Patrol City against the enemy. My Seven Possibilities sect's flying boat was taken by a Sword Cultivator. My Seven Possibilities sect will definitely be grateful that you were able to retrieve it. You have an obligation to return the flying boat to my Seven Possibilities sect. Otherwise, I will report this matter to the conference hall. Not only will fellow Daoist fail, but you will also be in the wrong." "How strange." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "The things I get from sword cultivators have always been taken by myself. How can I return them to others?" Hee, fellow Daoist, there's something you don't know." The Foundation establishment cultivator sneered, medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and other things can naturally be left behind. Cultivation techniques, jade slips, and the like must be returned. Really? Xiaohua, on the other hand, was slightly startled. He had only heard of this before. As long as something was seized from a sword cultivator or picked up by oneself, it would belong to oneself, and there was no need to return it to others. On the side, Li Zongbao's expression was calm, and he didn't say anything. He had clearly told Xiaohua that if anything happened to the flying boat, he could use his name, and he would take responsibility for it. However, Xiaohua didn't mention his name, so Li Zongbao couldn't say anything. Moreover, the 7 Skills sect disciple had said that there were clear rules, but who would abide by them in a war? Who wouldn't put it in their own storage pouch? He was confident that even if the 7 Skills sect disciple saw the flying boat, he definitely wouldn't return it. What about the flying boat? Xiaohua blinked and asked. As long as it's related to the war supplies of each sect, it must be returned. The 7 Skills sect disciple said arrogantly. Oh, as long as it's related to the war supplies of each sect. Xiaohua smiled. Did you mention the 7 Skills sect's flowing cloud flying boat? Our 7 Skills sect's flowing cloud flying boat is naturally our 7 Skills sect's war supplies, so of course there's no need to specifically mention it. The aura refining disciple shouted, flustered and exasperated. Fellow Daoist, do you not want to return it? Shut up. Xiaohua said coldly. I'm a Foundation Establishment cultivator, your senior. Who's talking about fellow Daoist with you? In my eyes, this flying boat is my spoils of war. I got it from killing a sword cultivator. If you want it, go ask that dead sword cultivator. Don't ask me. As he spoke, Xiaohua waved his hand and the flowing cloud flying boat entered his space. You. The aura refining disciple was furious, but he didn't dare to say anything. As for the middle Foundation Establishment cultivator, his face was ashen. Fellow Daoist, are you determined to oppose my 7 Skills sect? What do you mean oppose? I came to Sky Patrol City to kill sword cultivators and oppose sword cultivators. Xiaohua mocked. Could it be that your 7 Skills sect is opposing my Thunder Control sect? Fellow Daoist, are you not going to return my 7 Skills sect's flowing cloud flying boat? You're wrong. This is my flying boat. It's not called flowing cloud flying boat, and it's definitely not your 7 Skills sect's flowing cloud flying boat. Xiaohua corrected him word by word. Whether it's my 7 Skills sect's flowing cloud flying boat or not, it's not up to you to decide. As long as you take out the flowing cloud flying boat, I can naturally point out whether it's my 7 Skills sect's flowing cloud flying boat or not. The cultivator said confidently. TCH, do you think I'm the idiot who gave the flying boat to a sword cultivator? Xiaohua sneered. The flying boat is in your hands, and you're still going to dawdle with me. Hearing Xiaohua say, I'm your father, again and again, the Foundation Establishment cultivator's anger rose. He asked, fellow Daoist, are you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Hee, I've never drunk spiritual wine. Don't try to make friends with me. Xiaohua appeared to be somewhat overbearing. Senior Marshal Brother Zhu, capture him. Naturally, you can get the flowing cloud flying boat. A cultivator on the flowing cloud flying boat next to him reminded. As long as we don't kill him, the conference hall won't say anything. Senior Marshal Brother Zhu raised his eyebrows. He was clearly tempted. Seeing this, Xiaohua sneered. I'll remind you that if you force me to make a move, the consequences won't be something you can imagine. Ha, Senior Marshal Brother Zhu laughed loudly. He flew out from the flying boat and said, so what if I force you to make a move? I'm in the right. With that, he slapped his hand and a crutch-shaped magic treasure flew out of his storage pouch. Alright, Xiaohua also moved and took out his yang leaf fan. At the same time, he swept his gaze across the crowd of 7 Possibilities sect disciples who were ready to watch the show. Obviously, Xiaohua didn't plan to let any of them go. Li Zongbao had naturally seen Xiaohua's might and couldn't help but frown. He could kill sword cultivators without blinking, but he still had some misgivings when facing Dao sect disciples. He didn't know what Xiaohua saw at Chicken Crow Mountain. This senior martial brother Zhu, who was in the middle stage of foundation establishment, had the same tone as Han Bing. Seeing that Xiaohua and senior martial brother Zhu were about to fight, Li Zongbao couldn't help but shout, "Wait!" At the same time, a "wait" came from behind the 7 Possibilities sect disciples. Everyone turned around and saw a golden core cultivator coldly standing in the air. "Greetings, senior." The 7 Possibilities sect disciples knew that this golden core cultivator was the cultivator from Sky Patrol City who was in charge of the transportation formation. They hurriedly bowed and greeted him. "You guys are really skilled and talented." The golden core cultivator sneered, "You guys haven't gone far from the transportation formation and haven't seen any sword cultivators, yet your magic treasures are about to hit our fellow Taoists. Our Dao sect cultivators have handsome talents like you, it's impossible for us not to lose." Hearing this, Xiaohua and senior martial brother Zhu hurriedly put away their magic treasures. Senior martial brother Zhu hurriedly flew over and smiled apologetically. How could this junior be so impetuous? "It's just that this Imperial Thunder sect disciple took our 7 Possibilities sect's flowing cloud flying boat and this junior wants it back. Is the flowing cloud flying boat more important or your mission more important?" The golden core cultivator asked bluntly, "Is the merit of you leading a group of 7 Possibilities sect disciples to complete the mission or the merit of taking back the flowing cloud flying boat more important?" "Yes, this disciple understands." Senior martial brother Zhu's face reddened. Clearly, the golden core cultivator's last sentence hit the nail on the head. This disciple will set off now. Senior martial brother Zhu turned to look at Xiaohua and sneered, "Fellow Daoist is truly amazing. Would you be willing to give me a name?" Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiaohua. Xiaohua stared at the disciple and bluntly asked, "And who are you?" 7 Possibilities Sect's Zhu Qingjie. Zhu Qingjie turned around and flew onto the flying boat, shouting, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, we'll meet again someday." I'll be waiting for you." Xiaohua sneered, "I hope your flying boat won't be taken by this Xiao from a sword cultivator's hands again." "Ha ha ha, don't worry about that. Even if this flying boat is taken away, you still have the flying boat in your storage bag." Zhu Qingjie ordered his disciple to activate the flowing cloud flying boat. The 7 Possibilities sect disciple finally left. The golden core cultivator glanced at Xiaohua indifferently and said, "What should be returned should be returned. Rather than having someone chase after you and demand it back, why not take it out and receive a reward? Moreover, looking at your fierce appearance, it seems like you want to kill the 7 Possibilities sect disciple. Your ability is greater than Qian Mo's awe. This disciple doesn't dare." Xiaohua said respectfully, "This disciple only feels that this flying boat was snatched from a sword cultivator by risking my life. There's no reason for me to give it away so easily. No merit, no reward, nothing is more practical than this flying boat." You want money more than your life." The golden core cultivator sneered. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly thought of something and looked up and down at Xiaohua, asking, "Oh right, you're the Imperial Thunder sect disciple that left through this old man's transportation array 5 years ago?" Xiaohua naturally recognized this golden core cultivator long ago. Seeing that the golden core cultivator actually recognized him, he could only bow and say, "Senior has a good memory, I am indeed this disciple." And you're the only one left in your team, right? If all 9 of you died and only you were left, this old man can understand your feelings. Senior knows. Xiaohua said proudly, my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team didn't lose a single disciple? Oh. You're from the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. The Golden Core Cultivator was slightly shocked. Didn't the first team only have 3 female cultivators that survived? Oh. Xiaohua was equally surprised and asked back, what? Senior knows about my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. Could it be that the other 6 disciples of my first team didn't return? Xiaohua turned to look at Li Zongbao. Chapter 24:33. No, he must be back. Li Zongbao shook his head and said, although this senior is not in charge of the secret teleportation array, it must lead directly to Sky Patrol City. That's strange. Xiaohua scratched his head, and the Golden Core Cultivator had a strange expression on his face. However, this expression disappeared in a flash, and the Golden Core Cultivator asked, are you going back to Sky Patrol City? Do you have a token? When Li Zongbao took out the token, the Golden Core Cultivator checked the token and sent Xiaohua and the other 2 into the transmission array. Only then did the Golden Core Cultivator look at the gradually disappearing transmission array, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he muttered to himself, hee, the Imperial Thunder Sect is indeed interesting. But then, the smile on the Golden Core Cultivator's face disappeared. He reached out and took out a disc-shaped array. He frowned and said, which cultivator's spiritual sense was it? How could it be so powerful? Or was it a sword cultivator? No matter who it is, my teleportation array is going to change location again. Xiaohua and the others came out of the teleportation array. Although they had used the yellow talisman, they were still not used to it. As soon as Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao walked out of the teleportation array, they sat cross-legged in an empty space in the distance and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. Xiaohua naturally followed. Just as Xiaohua was pretending, the teleportation array flashed and 3 late-stage Golden Core Cultivators appeared. Isn't this fellow Daoist Qing Bai? The Golden Core Cultivator who was in charge of the teleportation array saw them from afar and hurriedly walked over and cupped his hands to the graceful female cultivator in front of him. Hee, so it's fellow Daoist Bingyu. I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still as charming as ever. The female cultivator looked at the middle stage Golden Core Cultivator and smiled. I wouldn't dare. How can I be compared to fellow Daoist Qing Bai's beauty and youth? Bingyu hurriedly waved his hands modestly and said, besides, I haven't made any progress in my cultivation after so many years. On the other hand, fellow Daoist Qing Bai obtained an opportunity and soared to the sky. You're about to conceive a baby. I'm really envious. No matter how beautiful I am, I can't compare to the rejuvenation pill of your Sky Patrol City. Qing Bai covered her mouth and giggled. It was obvious that she enjoyed it. However, she still said, I came here today to ask for a rejuvenation pill from fellow Daoist Wen. When Bingyu heard this, her face was extremely unnatural. She smiled apologetically and said, if it's something else, I can still try my best, but that thing. Cough cough, fellow Daoist Qing Bai said it in vain. Why don't you just tell Tu Hong directly when you see him? He's now the mayor's favorite. Fellow Daoist Frostfeather, why are you only exchanging pleasantries with fellow Daoist Qing Bai? Do you think we're nothing? A white-haired Golden Core Cultivator next to him teased, could it be that you have the same thoughts as fellow Daoist too? Bah! Qing Bai spat lightly, but she wasn't angry. No. Bingyu hurriedly bowed and said, I greet fellow Daoist Yun Chen and fellow Daoist Ji Fan. However, fellow Daoist Qin Bai walked in front of me, so I just said a few words. Hee, greetings fellow Daoist Frostfeather. Although Yunchen and Ji Fan's cultivations were higher, they still bowed and talked to each other as if they were peers. As they spoke, several teleportation arrays flashed, and more than 10 Foundation Establishment and Chi Refinement disciples of various sects came out of the teleportation arrays. When they saw the Golden Core cultivators here, they all bowed respectfully. To be honest, in the entire patrol city, among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, Xiaohua was only afraid of the Shuiyu sage. He wanted to see if there was a chance to kill Tu Hong without the Shuiyu sage knowing. However, he did not expect to hear about Tu Hong's good news just as he came out of the teleportation formation. How could he not pay attention to it? What good news? Xiaohua muttered, could it be that he has entered the middle stage of the Golden Core realm? Or the late stage of the Golden Core realm? So what? I'll kill them all. Junior brother Xiao, how's your rest? Li Zongbao's voice came. Well, I'm good. Xiaohua and Xiao Mao's voices came at the same time. Xiaohua heard it and smiled. He opened his eyes and said, Senior brotherly, you don't have to be polite in the future. Just call me by my name. Well, Li Zongbao nodded, stood up and said, in that case, we'll go to the meeting hall. But at this moment, the nearest teleportation formation flashed with black and white brilliance. A middle-stage Foundation Establishment disciple of the Xuanyan school appeared from the teleportation formation covered in blood. Beside him was a Patrol City disciple supporting him. However, just as the two figures appeared, the Xuanyan school disciple staggered and spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. He fainted on the Patrol City disciple's body. What happened? Bing Yu saw it and did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly flew over and shouted. Reporting to Marshal and Bing Yu. The Patrol City disciple hurriedly shouted, this Xuanyan school disciple came from the Gale snowfield. He said that Xuanyan school attacked the spiritual stone vein occupied by the sword cultivators. In the end, they were ambushed. Qin Jian and the other illusory sword cultivators had already set up a trap and all the Golden Core realm cultivators were killed. When the words came out, the whole place was silent. Senior brotherly, Xiaohua thought of something and said in a low voice, previously, the first team of Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were sent back to Sky Patrol City by you and I, right? But, why doesn't that Golden Core stage teacher know about it? It's been a few days, the news can't have not spread in Sky Patrol City, right? Moreover, I've seen what happened in the teleportation device just now. Everything is controlled by the disciples of Sky Patrol City. I'm worried, so I want to go back to the station of Imperial Thunder Sect to have a look. Although Xiaohua said so, he did not dare to tell the truth. He was worried that once Cui Hongshan and the others arrived at the teleportation device of Sky Patrol City, Tu Hong would beat them to it. He was not sure what would happen. Li Zongbao frowned and looked deeply at Xiaohua. Then he said, if something happens, you can't go back to Imperial Thunder Sect. You'd better go to Yanxi Mansion first. As long as the Golden Core stage teachers see you, are you afraid that something will happen? Yes. Although Xiao Mao did not understand, a bystander could see more clearly. He said hurriedly, if something happens, it will have happened long ago. Senior brother Xiao, you should think about yourself first. Senior brother Li's words. I think it's very good. Moreover, according to what you two said, didn't the disciples of the Utopia faction send them here? You can ask the disciples of the Utopia faction, right? Well, that's right. Li Zongbao nodded. He clapped his hands and took out the messaging charm. After saying a few words, he raised his hand and sent it out. Xiaohua thought about it carefully. Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao's words were reasonable, so he could only give up. He followed Li Zongbao to Yanqi Mansion. After turning a few streets, it was a straight street. At this time, the street was decorated with red and green decorations, and it was very festive. Moreover, the flow of people on this street was obviously more than the others. Many cultivators in the late stage of foundation establishment or golden core stage came in and out, accompanied by disciples of Sky Patrol City. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and saw a disciple of Sky Patrol City sending off a guest. He hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Fellow cultivator, please." "I don't dare." "What can I do for you, Martial Uncle of Imperial Thunder Sect?" The disciple did not dare to neglect and bowed in return. "Oh, I just came back from outside Sky Patrol City and saw that this place is very festive. I don't know what happened, please tell me." Xiaohua asked with a smile. "Naturally, this is the dual cultivation ceremony of my Lord General Tu Hong." The disciple said proudly, "This matter was decided as early as 5 years ago, but our General Tu's injury has not healed, so it has been delayed. It was not until recently that we reported this matter to the City Lord. The City Lord personally gave an order and ordered our Sky Patrol City to take care of it." 5 years ago. Xiaohua nodded. "That's when Senior Tu Hong returned from the Jinquan Mountain Spirit Stone Vein." That's right." The disciple smiled. "That year, our Sky Patrol City had a great victory in Jinquan Mountain, killing tens of thousands of sword cultivators, and even more than 20 illusory swordsmen. It was really due to our General Tu Hong's credit, and General Tu Hong was also injured because of it. However, General Tu Hong was blessed by heaven. After receiving the City Lord's elixir, his cultivation base was broken and now he is all ready." "Oh, General Tu Hong's credit has long been familiar to me." Xiaohua smiled and stopped the disciple's love for the city, and asked, "I just don't know which senior General Tu Hong is going to marry." "Which sect is this senior from?" Naturally." That disciple glanced at Xiaohua's Daoist robe and was just about to answer with a smile when he heard an extremely surprised and trembling voice behind Xiaohua. "Xiaohua, is that you?" "Ah." Xiaohua and Xiao Mao both turned around. However, while Xiao Mao was stunned, Xiaohua's face was filled with ecstasy. He no longer cared about what the Sky Patrol City's disciple said. He stretched out his hand and shouted, "Hong Xia." Behind Xiaohua, there were several disciples in brocade robes. There were men and women. The men were handsome, the women were beautiful, and walking in front was Fairy Hong Xia, who was wearing a white robe and had a white Xiaohua in her hair. Fairy Hong Xia was originally very beautiful, and she was usually very dazzling when she wore fiery red clothes. But now, she had changed into a white robe, and there was a thick worry on her handsome face that could not be removed, which made people's hearts ache as much as they wanted. At this moment, Fairy Hong Xia's eyes were wide open, and although the worry was hanging on her eyebrows, it was washed away by the sudden surprise. Her figure was like a dancing butterfly, happily flying over, and she did not care about the gazes of others. When Fairy Hong Xia threw herself into Xiaohua's arms, she firmly hugged Xiaohua's slender waist, as if Xiaohua would fly away if she loosened her grip a little. "Ah!" At this moment, the two female cultivators next to Fairy Hong Xia exclaimed, and looked at Fairy Hong Xia, who buried her head deeply in Xiaohua's chest with an incredulous look. The other 4 male cultivators were even more jealous, and their eyes were almost spitting fire. They stared at Xiaohua's arm, and really wanted to transform into that arm and hug Fairy Hong Xia's voluptuous body. Unfortunately, this arm was Xiaohua's. Xiaohua hugged Fairy Hong Xia's warm body, and felt the heat from her mouth and nose. If they were not on the street, he would have kissed her long ago. Looking down at Fairy Hongxia's slightly closed eyes, and the slight wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, Xiaohua sighed. He had been separated from Fairy Hongxia for dozens of years, and a beauty would age easily, and he was not by her side. When she heard the news of his death, she must be very anxious, right? Previously, Xiao Mao did not know who Fairy Hongxia was. However, when he saw the Huanhua sect's attire, he immediately understood. He looked at Xiaohua with extreme envy. Of course, everyone had a beauty in their heart. The one he was thinking of was naturally Qin Jian. Only Li Zongbao's eyelids twitched. Naturally, he had already recognized Fairy Hongxia. He recognized that her face bore some resemblance to Kai Zhuxia. Involuntarily, he thought of that dark-skinned, indifferent beauty. The disciple from the Sky Patrol City also smiled, and quietly left. This place was only for lovers. Cough cough, seeing that many cultivators were looking at them, Li Zongbao came to his senses and coughed a few times. Xiaohua did not mind, but Fairy Hongxia could not stand it. She let go of Xiaohua's slender waist with a red face, and pushed Xiaohua away, leaving Xiaohua's embrace. Then, she looked around, bit her lips, and stared at Xiaohua's face, and then turned to look at Li Zongbao. When she saw Li Zongbao's white hair and his robe, she immediately became respectful, and bowed. Huanhua Sect's Kai Hongxia greets senior brother Li Zongbao. Chapter 2435. Li Zongbao looked at Kai Zhuxia's sister and his mood had calmed down. He replied and returned the greeting. However, Fairy Hongxia did not recognize Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Xiao Mao from Xuanyan School greets Fairy Hongxia. Brother Xiao has mentioned you many times in front of me. Oh. Fairy Hongxia was stunned. She did not understand the relationship between Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua. After all, they both had the surname Xiao. Xiao Mao is a good brother of mine. Xiao Hua explained. I see. Fairy Hongxia came to a realization. She had never heard Xiao Hua mention Xiao Mao before. Hence, she returned the greeting, greetings junior brother Xiao. Why have you come to Sky Patrol City? Xiao Hua asked curiously as he sensed Fairy Hongxia's cultivation. She had already entered the late stage of foundation establishment. Fairy Hongxia smiled as a thin layer of red covered her face. She whispered, when I heard about your death, I was unable to cultivate in the valley. Coincidentally, my Huanhua sect had a sect master's order to mobilize disciples to Sky Patrol City. I begged my master to come out and look for you. I don't believe that I won't be able to see you again in this lifetime. Of course. Xiao Hua's heart felt warm as he reached out to hold Fairy Hongxia's hand. He smiled, why? Who am I? What does a mere Jin Shan Quan count for? You're so annoying. Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and said, where have you been all these years? At this moment, Fairy Hongxia's eyes were filled with Xiao Hua. She had long forgotten about the disciples who had followed him here. When those disciples saw Li Zongbao beside them, they wanted to go over but were somewhat timid. Of course I've been cultivating. Xiao Hua did not evade and said confidently, when I'm free, I'll let you experience my prowess. These words had a double meaning, causing Fairy Hongxia's face to turn red. Her eyes were overflowing with lust as if they were about to flow out. Where have you been? Fairy Hongxia asked shyly. I've been to your Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. There was no news of you. Why have you suddenly appeared here? Oh, I'll tell you the details when I have time. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao, who had been looking ahead, and said, this Xiao is currently heading to the Yanxi Mansion's conference hall. I just happened to pass by here, and saw that it was very lively, as if there was some happy occasion. What about the disciples in Tu Hong's residence? Only now did Xiaohua remember that disciple. He turned his head to look, but there was no trace of him. Oh, I see. Fairy Hongxia understood and said with a smile, all the cultivators in Sky Patrol City know about this. You can ask anyone. Senior Tu Hongtu is going to hold the dual cultivation ceremony in a few dozen days. It was said that this matter was decided 5 years ago. Oh, right. Ji Mingxiu, come over here later. At this point, Fairy Hongxia followed Xiaohua's gaze and saw the disciples of the Huanhua sect. Her face turned red and she hurriedly waved her hand, indicating for the few Foundation Establishment middle and early stage disciples to come over. This senior brother is Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. He is senior brother Li. Fairy Hongxia's face was flushed, and she seemed to be much younger. She introduced, this is Xiao Mao Xiao from the Xunyan school, this is Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect. The female cultivator with bright eyes, Ji Mingxiu, immediately smiled and said, so it's the famous Imperial Thunder sect's first team member, senior brother Xiao. You're really talented. No wonder you can make the famous Fairy Hongxia of my Huanhua sect admire you. These two famous people are really not just for show. Mingxiu. Fairy Hongxia glared at her with some shame and anger. If it was any other day, Ji Mingxiu would definitely be afraid. But at this time, she knew that Fairy Hongxia was just shy and would not be afraid. She bowed and said, greetings senior brother Li, junior brother Xiao, greetings. Senior brother Xiao. Hee. Seeing everyone greet each other, Xiaohua also smiled and greeted the disciples of the Huanhua sect generously. This was the first time he revealed his relationship with Fairy Hongxia in front of everyone. No matter what, he could not lose face for Fairy Hongxia. At this time, a messaging charm flew over and fell in front of Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao reached out and took it. He looked at it with his divine thought and sent a message to Xiaohua, Cui Hongshan and the other 5 people have already arrived at the Sky Patrol City. According to Zhang Exan, he was going to take them directly to the conference hall of the Yanxi Prefecture. But Cui Hongshan insisted on going back to the Imperial Thunder Sect Station. He had to send them back to the Imperial Thunder Sect Station and see them enter the station with his own eyes. Then he returned to the station of the Utopia faction. Ah! What's going on? Xiao Hua was stunned. Senior brother Xiao. Ji Mingxiu said with a smile, senior brother, when will you hold the dual cultivation ceremony? If you can go with senior too, maybe the immortal of the Shui region will also attend your dual cultivation ceremony. Fairy Hongxia blushed and glared at Ji Mingxiu fiercely. Xiao Hua said absent-mindedly, how could the immortal of the Shui region attend my dual cultivation ceremony? Ha. 2 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect are going to hold a dual cultivation ceremony in the Sky Patrol City. The immortal of the Shui region showed respect to that disciple. Why don't you also show respect to this disciple? Anyway, the Sky Patrol City is also connected to the Imperial Thunder sect by marriage. Ji Mingxiu said with a smile. Oh. Who is Tu Hong going to do dual cultivation with? A disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Hua was in a good mood when he saw Fairy Hongxia. His hatred for Tu Hong also disappeared a little. At this time, he was concerned about Cui Hongshan's life and death. He didn't find anything strange, so he just asked casually. Fairy Hongxia glanced at him and said with a smile, of course you know this person. Don't tell me you've come back for her. Ah. I know her. Xiaohua held Fairy Hongxia's hand gently with his hand and seemed to enjoy it very much. He didn't mind Fairy Hongxia's teasing. She is the female disciple of the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect who survived. Ji Mingxiu said with a smile, Senior Brother Xiao, don't say that you don't know her. Otherwise, Senior Sister Hongxia will be angry. Is it the bright eyes of the Imperial Thunder sect? Xiaohua suddenly froze. He seemed to have a premonition, but he still asked. Ha, ha, I knew it. Senior Brother Xiao, you are really dishonest. Ji Mingxiu was very happy. Could it be Dui Ling? Xiaohua's face was a little gloomy. He knew in his heart that Dui Ling was still young. Why would Tu Hong want to do dual cultivation with him? Of course, he couldn't rule out Liao Xuanlan's situation. Fairy Hongxia also raised her eyebrows and glanced at Xiaohua with her beautiful eyes. There are 3 female disciples of the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect. You guessed 2 of them wrong. Boom. Xiaohua's head was in a daze. It was as if he was struck by lightning. Although he had a premonition, he still felt extremely surprised when he heard the truth. Dui Qiming of the Imperial Thunder sect. Chapter 2436. Seeing that Xiaohua's expression was not good, Fairy Hongxia pinched him and asked curiously, of course it's Dui Qiming. Hee, so it's Senior Sister Dui. Xiaohua immediately came to his senses and said with a strange smile, looks like I have to go back to the encampment to congratulate her. Dui Qiming has already been brought to Senior Tu Hong's residence. She's just waiting for the auspicious day to come before the dual cultivation ceremony will be held under the auspices of the Snow Region Spiritual Master. If you want to see her now, I'm afraid you won't be able to. Ji Mingxiu said with a smile. Xiaohua nodded as he calculated in his heart. Junior Brother Xiao, let's go to the conference hall first. Li Zongbao reminded impatiently. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua raised his head, the smile on his face had already recovered. He blinked his eyes and transmitted a few words to Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia's face turned red and she did not reply, only nodding her head slightly. Xiaohua let go of Fairy Hongxia's hand and cupped his hands towards Ji Mingxiu and the rest, reluctantly bidding farewell to Fairy Hongxia. But just as she turned around, Xiaohua shouted, wait a moment, oh. What's wrong? Fairy Hongxia turned around and asked curiously. Xiaohua smiled and took out a few storage bags from his waist and handed them to Fairy Hongxia. These, help me hold on to them first. Oh. Why? Fairy Hongxia did not understand. I want to give them to you. But I'll have to wait until I have time. I'll let you hold on to them first. Xiaohua said with a smile. Okay. Fairy Hongxia did not ask any further and used her spiritual will to enter to take a look. Xiaohua said anxiously, don't look first. It'll be meaningless if you look. Fairy Hongxia could only helplessly smile and say, all right, I'll listen to you. Good boy. Ji Mingxiu was speechless. Senior Sister Hongxia, Senior Brother Xiao is so generous. I'm afraid this isn't some betrothal, little girl, you're so thoughtful. Fairy Hongxia's face turned red as she spat and left. You're so thoughtful. Li Zongbao curled his lips and said indifferently. Xiaohua also cared and said, I'm not afraid of a thief stealing, but I'm afraid of a thief remembering. Little brother, let's prepare for a rainy day. Master Goldcore, how could it be as unbearable as you think? Li Zongbao still objected. Then he turned around and quickly walked towards Yanxi Mansion. At this time, Yanxi's residence was already in chaos. In the assembly hall, 2 Sky Patrol City disciples led the Xuanyan School disciple to stand there. The Gold Core stage masters who had heard the report from the Xuanyan School disciple were all tense, especially Gao Wei of the Xuanyan School. His face was abnormally gloomy, comparable to the clouds in the Sky Patrol City a few days ago. Today's duty was Li Qingshu of Xianlu sect. Although his face was serious and his eyes were filled with regret, occasionally there was a trace of schadenfreude that leaked out. "Is there anything else you want to report?" Li Qingshu glanced at the bloodstained disciple and asked. The disciple pondered for a moment and smiled apologetically. "This is everything this disciple knows. Disciple's cultivation base is shallow, so I was the last to attack." "Well, there's no need to say any more," Gao Wei said faintly. "It's already commendable that you were able to escape from the battle. Moreover, you returned safely from the Gale snowfield to the Sky Patrol City and reported the news of the battle to the Assembly Hall. Your contribution cannot be ignored. Take this token and return to the station to be rewarded." "Yes, disciple understands." The disciple was overjoyed. He took the token that Gao Wei threw over and bowed. When the disciple took the token, Gao Wei said again, before returning to the station, "Change your Taoist robe and take the healing elixir." "Yes, disciple understands." The disciple's face was slightly embarrassed and he retreated with the 2 Sky Patrol City disciples. "What do you all want to say?" Seeing that Gao Wei had arranged for his own disciples, Li Qingshu opened his mouth. This old man also did not expect that the news of the loss of Xuanyan School's spirit stone lode would be followed by news of the deaths of more than 10 Jindan stage cultivators. Alas, fortune does not come in pairs and misfortune does not come singly. Fellow Daoist Gao, Tu Hong, who was sitting on the futon, was still dressed in martial attire. He looked at the silent crowd and said, "Gao Chengyuan, when did fellow Daoist Gao go to the spirit stone lode of the Xuanyan School?" "As far as I know, fellow Daoist Gao should have gone to the west of the Gale snowfield to attack the sword cultivator's station. Moreover, it was my turn to be on duty that day. I remember clearly that there were only 4 golden core cultivators and not more than 10, right?" This. Gao Wei was at a loss for words. Tu Hong was right. Gao Chengyuan did not go to the spirit stone lode of the Xuanyan School. When he went out, the assembly hall did not know about the loss of the spirit stone lode. At that time, the spirit stone lode was still in the hands of the Xuanyan School. Gao Chengyuan led many golden core cultivators to attack the spirit stone lode. On the surface, it was to seize the spirit stone lode before the sword cultivators took control of the spirit stone lode and recover the losses of the Xuanyan School. On the other hand, it was because he was fond of grandiose achievements. When he saw a merit that could be easily obtained, he threw his task aside. If it was more serious, it would mean that he did not listen to the assembly hall's instructions and acted on his own accord. If he died, he deserved it. Although junior brother Gao Chengyuan's task was not the spirit stone lode, since he was passing by and saw the sword cultivator's arrogance, how could he not be filled with righteous indignation? Lending a hand was also what the Dao sect cultivators advocated during the war. Lu Xinwu of the Songhua sect glanced at Gao Wei, who was too embarrassed to refute, and continued the conversation. If they only had 4 golden core cultivators to fall. Naturally, I would recommend commending Gao Chengyuan. Tu Hong said unhurriedly, although the spirit stone lode was also the work of the Xuanyan School, seeing their own property fall into the hands of thieves, no one could stand by and do nothing. But they were more than 10 golden core cultivators. That day, when I asked Gao Chengyuan to attack the sword cultivator's station, he was extremely evasive. He said that he did not have any golden core cultivators and was afraid that it would be impossible to take down the station. It could even be said that I was striking a stone with an egg. I was using my heel to command. Where did his dozen or so gold core cultivators come from? Gao Wei was just about to open his mouth to explain, but Tu Hong simply didn't give him the opportunity to explain, and once again aggressively rushed to say, "These dozen Jindan stage cultivators are the disciples that your Xuanyan school sent to participate in the battle. Or did you not send any disciples to participate in the war? Since they were not sent to participate in the war, why did your Xuanyan school say that there were not enough golden core cultivators to participate in the war? Since they could participate in the war and came to the Sky Patrol City, why couldn't they attack the Sword Cultivator Station? Are they afraid of death? Are they afraid of meeting the hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of cultivators who died in the past 10 years? Is it because they would only take action when it comes to the matters of the Xuanyan school? Is it because the instructions of my Yinshi Prefecture's conference hall are just a blank piece of paper in front of them?" Gao Wei's face was red. He really could not refute. Every word of Tu Hong's suppressed the words that he wanted to refute, he simply could not open his mouth. Fellow Daoist too, you can't say that. Imperial Thunder Sex Qian Mo saw the look in Shanghua Sex Lu Xinwu's eyes and said with a smile, "These are all our conjectures. Since Gao Qingyuan and the others have already died, the cause of the matter cannot be confirmed. The dead are more important, or, that's right." 7 Skills Sex Wang Yi also took the opportunity to say, "The death of 10 golden core cultivators is a big matter. Besides the time when fellow Daoist 2 killed the 20 illusory swordsmen 5 years ago, this is another big conflict. This is a blow to the morale of our Dao sect cultivators. In this old man's opinion, it's better to turn this big matter into a small one and nothing at all. It's precisely because the death of 10 golden core cultivators at once is a great blow to the morale of our Dao sect cultivators that this too is angry." Tu Hong coldly snorted. Fellow Daoists have also seen this two's layout that day. After attacking the Sword Cultivator Station, our Dao sect still had many backup plans. Not only could we lure the Sword Cultivators to take the bait, we could also set up an ambush to kill Qin Jian. Now, our bait has been eaten by someone else. Everything else has been in vain. Fellow Daoist Li, you should hurry up and send out an urgent order from the meeting hall. Who knows, our backup plans that day might have already become the Sword Cultivators' fat meat and are being devoured by them. That's right. Li Qingxiu was suddenly shocked. He immediately stopped watching the show and hurriedly sent out the order. After Li Qingxiu sent out the order, Tu Hong then said, "When it comes to my contributions back then, I feel ashamed. For the past few years, I have always felt guilty. Every day and night, I think of the Sky Patrol City's disciples who died in the spiritual stone mine of Mount Quanjin and the Dao sect cultivators who came to support us. I feel like I'm sitting on pins and needles. All the credit belongs to them. The killing of the 20 illusory swordsmen was also exchanged with their deaths. For the past few years, our Dao sect cultivators have relied on the power that day to kill the sword cultivators to the point where they were terrified. In addition, with the help of the various fellow Daoists and the many golden core cultivators sent by their respective sects, the Sword Dao War might end very soon and there might not even be a need for the nascent soul masters to take the lead. But from today onwards, the hard work of the past few years has passed. From today onwards, it has become a bubble." Tu Hong, what do you mean by that? Gao Wei could no longer sit still. He stood up and said angrily, "My Xuanyan school has lost more than 10 golden core cultivators. Let's not talk about the Sword Dao War that they killed, let's not talk about their contributions in the Sword Dao War. Let's just say that they have already fallen. You can't blame them for this kind of dirty water that hinders the war and even affects the outcome of the war. According to what you said, my Xuanyan school has become the biggest culprit of this war. My Xuanyan school has to be responsible for the victory or defeat of the Sword Dao War. Fellow Daoist Gao, fellow Daoist Gao." Seeing Gao Wei explode, Li Qingxiu hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, don't be too serious. In the conference hall, everyone can speak freely, but the people who make decisions take turns. If any of the fellow Taoists have any objections, you can naturally raise them. Besides, aren't there still the sects of the various fellow Taoists?" Fellow Taoist too has thought far ahead and voiced his opinion. This is also his duty. If fellow Taoist Gao has something to say, you can also say it. Why do you have to fight over personal feelings? Chapter 24:37. Gao Wei flicked his sleeves and said coldly, "My Xuanyan school's dozens of golden core disciples fell on the battlefield. Not to mention this contribution, we must have a reputation. We must also receive a commendation from the conference hall." Tu Hong sneered, unable to distinguish between right and wrong, unable to distinguish between public and private matters. How can such a Tao be the Tao of war? If you continue to mess around like this, my Tao sect's defeat will not be far away. Tu Hong, don't think that you are the only one who has been a general. Don't think that you are the only one who has killed an illusory swordsman. Gao Wei was so angry that his face turned red. He jumped up and shouted, "If you were not so hard-hearted to use the lives of tens of thousands of disciples as bait, if you were not relying on the battle at Golden Fountain Mountain, how could you have killed 20 illusory swordsmen?" Yes, this old man is hard-hearted. Tu Hong said indifferently, "A general's success is built on tens of thousands of bones. Fellow Taoist Gao, have you not heard of this? If it was fellow Taoist Gao, would you dare? It is not that this old man does not dare, it is that this old man disdains." Gao Wei looked coldly at Tu Hong. This old man is not so cold as to treat the lives of tens of thousands of disciples as dust. So, this old man is a general. But you are not. Tu Hong said word by word, "You can only build a cart behind closed doors." Enough. Li Qingxiu waved his hand and said, "This place only talks about war, do not bicker like a gossipy woman. If you continue to speak nonsense, this old man will take away the rotation right." Humph. Gao Wei snorted and sat down. Tu Hong sneered. That day in the assembly hall, Gao Qingyuan did his best to oppose Tu Hong's assignment. If not for Tu Hong's insistence on using the assembly hall's rotating duty, Gao Qingyuan might not have gone. According to Tu Hong's expectations, this should have been a great merit. However, being doubted by Gao Qingyuan made such a big mistake, how could he not take advantage of it? What a bunch of pigs. Tu Hong was still cursing in his heart as he sat down. Although he had been doing well in the conference hall for the past few years and had made many contributions, the drawbacks were obvious. Many of the Tao sect cultivators were hostile towards him and had begun to restrain him. This made him feel like he was stretched thin. Now, he finally knew. Jin Kang, Fang Langbai, and the others would rather stay in the city lord's mansion than come to the conference hall. It wasn't that they didn't know how to deploy troops, but that they didn't know how to deal with people. So difficult. Tu Hong sighed. However, when he saw Qian Mo from the Imperial Thunder sect looking at him casually, he nodded his head slightly. His heart was filled with joy. After all, it was only a few days until his dual cultivation ceremony. It was also the beginning of his wish being fulfilled. Actually, even though everyone's words are intense, they are all for the sake of the Tao sect. Li Qingxiu smiled and said, "Now that this has happened, how should we deal with it?" At this moment, there was a slight fluctuation in the air again. Li Qingxiu frowned and ignored it. He continued, "Just as fellow cultivator Tu Hong said, the impact of this matter is extremely bad. For the Tao sect cultivators," Li Qingxiu spoke for a long time. When he saw the fluctuation in the air disappear and reappear again, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. He clapped his hands and said coldly, "Which disciple are you? What do you have to report? We are discussing important matters. You can talk later." 3 people appeared in the light. They were Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao. Hearing this, Li Zongbao waved his hand and the conference hall token flew out. At the same time, Li Zongbao's voice was heard. "Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction has something important to report." "Oh, so it's Junior Zongbao." Li Qingxiu smiled slightly. However, when he saw the other person in the light, he couldn't help but be shocked. He almost cried out, Xiao Hua. This guy is still alive." Then, Li Qingxiu raised his head and looked at Qian Mo and Tu Hong. Unfortunately, Qian Mo and Tu Hong frowned slightly at the same time. They looked at each other calmly and didn't seem to have any abnormalities. These two. What tricks are they playing? Li Qingxiu muttered in his heart, didn't Xiao Hua die in Mount Quanjin? He suddenly appeared, but these two didn't react. Could it be that they already knew? But why did they hide it from me? Seeing Li Qingxiu looking at him, Qian Mo was slightly stunned and confused. However, his heart also thumped. However, he still maintained a kind smile on his face and even nodded slightly. This nod made Li Qingxiu even more puzzled. He didn't know that when the news of Cui Hongxin and the other's survival from the spiritual stone mine in Mount Quanjin was passed to the assembly hall by the disciples of the Utopia faction, he was outside the Sky Patrol City to greet a sect master. He wasn't even in the assembly hall. After that, the Golden Core cultivators were very surprised that Cui Hongxin and the rest were still alive after 5 years. They couldn't think of any reason. Tu Hong's expression changed even more. No one knew better than him about the death of Mount Quanjin. It was a death trap that no cultivator below the original infant stage could survive. How could Cui Hongxin come back alive? Even the entire Imperial Thunder Sect's first small team came back alive. A Foundation establishment initial stage disciple was even recruited by Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction. This was simply a miracle. Yes, even when Cui Hongxin and the others were brought to the meeting hall under the protection of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and were interrogated by dozens of Gold Core stage masters, their explanations were clear and logical. In the end, even Tu Hong himself had to admit that Cui Hongxin and the others were indeed lucky. Only under such coincidental circumstances could the cultivators in the formation survive. Furthermore, the growth of Cui Hongxin and the rest's cultivation indirectly proved that they weren't lying. It was only under such a desperate situation where there was a restrictive spell to resist the spiritual howl and abundant spiritual chi from heaven and earth could be injected into the restrictive spell and forced into their bodies that their cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds within 5 years. 2 Chi refining stage disciples entered the Foundation establishment stage and 4 Foundation establishment initial stage disciples entered the peak of the Foundation establishment initial stage. Sigh, other than being amazed, the crowd didn't have any other thoughts. Furthermore, on this Dawn Rain continent, there weren't just 1 or 2 cultivators who had miraculous encounters. These Golden Core cultivators had all seen cultivators who were much weirder than Cui Hongxin and the rest, so they weren't anything special. The crowd could only sigh at the good fortune of these 6 people. Tens of thousands of cultivators and swordsmen had died, but they were still alive. As for the rewards, they had already received them 5 years ago. The return of these 6 people was just to receive the rewards in person, with a little more encouragement and a little more reward. Immediately, the 6 people were directly escorted back to the encampment by the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. This matter was only discussed for half a day before it was drowned out by other battles. After all, this was something that happened 5 years ago. Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect didn't seem to want to talk too much about it. Who would want to add glory to others? Therefore, when Li Qingxiu returned a few days later, no one mentioned it to him. Chapter 2438. Unlike Li Qingxiu, Heng Zhao of the Utopia faction had already received reports from Zhang Xian and knew that Xiaohua's cultivation was extraordinary. When he saw Xiaohua return with Li Zongbao, he smiled and said, "Ha, so it's Zongbao." Heng Zhao was Li Zongbao's master. Seeing that his beloved disciple had returned and said that he had something important to report, Heng Zhao was overjoyed. The Xuanyan school of the Kingdom of Xi had suffered such a great loss. If the Utopia faction had any contributions, wouldn't the Xuanyan school be overshadowed? The Meng Kingdom was also glorious. This seemed to be what Li Qingxiu was thinking when he first saw Li Zongbao. Li Qingxiu let the 3 people into the assembly hall. Li Zongbao, who was familiar with the place, first saluted Li Qingxiu, then the various core formation masters. As for Xiaohua and Xiao Mao, this was the first time. Xiao Mao was also familiar with the place, so he naturally and respectfully saluted. Although Xiaohua saluted respectfully, with a sweep of his gaze, he took in the entire situation in the assembly hall. Xiaohua's behavior was somewhat inappropriate. After all, the people in front of him were Golden Core stage masters, and he was only in the Foundation establishment stage. Now that he was close to the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, how could he rashly observe the situation in the conference hall? Li Qingxiu sneered at first. After the 3 of them finished their greetings, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao lowered their heads and waited for Li Qingxiu and the rest to speak. When Xiaohua saw that Li Zongbao had lowered his head, he could only lower his head. "Martial nephew Zongbao, I heard that you went to the Gale Snowfield to kill Qin Jian. Did you find anything?" Li Qingxiu stopped sneering and asked calmly. Hearing Li Qingxiu's words, Li Zongbao raised his head and looked at the crowd. He replied respectfully, "Martial Uncle Li and the rest of you, please know that I was too ambitious. This time, not only did I not find Qin Jian, but I also fell into the trap of the sword cultivators." "Oh, how is that? Tell me the details." Li Qingxiu was slightly stunned. After all, there was a lot of news about the ambush of Qin Jian. How could the Xuanyan school's disciple, Peng Chongtian, suddenly leave the Spirit Stone Mine without warning? The conference hall was indeed a little closed about this. However, at this moment, another fluctuation appeared in the space, and the image of a Sky Patrol City's disciple appeared. He said respectfully, "My Sky Patrol City's disciple killed several sword cultivator disciples at the border of the Huan Kingdom and obtained a jade slip from their storage bags. It was sent back to Sky Patrol City by a Xuanyan school's disciple on the Gale Snowfield. Please make a decision. Bring it up." Tu Hong wasn't polite at all. With a wave of his hand, the jade slip fell into his hand. He immersed his divine sense into it for a moment, and his face was filled with astonishment. His eyes flickered as he glanced at Xiaohua, Li Zongbao, and the others before handing the jade slip to Gao Wei. Gao Wei looked a little and said with a nod, "And this matter is true." On the way back from the Gale Snowfield, these disciples were ambushed by sword cultivators several times and almost half of them died. This jade slip must have been taken away by the sword cultivators. Seeing that everyone was looking at him strangely, Gao Wei handed the jade slip to Li Qingxiu and explained, "This news was released and received by this old man yesterday. After my Xuanyan school's Spirit Stone Mine was taken away by sword cultivators, hundreds of disciples were captured by sword cultivators. However, just yesterday, those hundreds of disciples returned safely. According to them, they were rescued by a Yulei school's disciple named Xiaohua. This matter is very strange." This old man hasn't interrogated them in detail, so I didn't report it to the conference hall. Moreover, today, we obtained the spirit stone mine and lost more than 10 gold core cultivators. This old man doesn't know what to say. Haha, Qian Mo laughed. Fellow Daoist Gao, these are hundreds of Xuanyan school's disciples. My Yule school's disciple painstakingly rescued these disciples. Such a great merit was actually erased by your strange and inexplicable words. Gao Wei knew that he was a little inappropriate and smiled apologetically. This old man doesn't mean to erase the merit of your school's disciples. If this old man had such thoughts, the disciples of my humble school would be the first to disagree. It's just that this old man doesn't understand. How could a foundation establishment disciple force sword cultivators to release hundreds of disciples? Therefore, this old man wants to wait until tonight to discuss with fellow Daoist Qian and see where this disciple named Xiaohua is. I'll find him and ask him before making a decision. He, far away on the horizon but close in front of you. Isn't Xiaohua standing right in front of you? Heng Xiao said with a smile. Ah. Gao Wei was stunned and immediately looked towards Xiaohua. Just now, when Li Zongbao greeted them, he didn't mention his name. That was because all the gold core masters recognized him. Li Qingxiu and the others directly called him by his name. Xiao Mao and Xiaohua also followed Li Zongbao and didn't mention their own names. It was no wonder that Gao Wei didn't know. You're Xiaohua. Gao Wei's face was full of joy. The lives of hundreds of Xuanyan school's disciples wasn't a small matter. Yes, this junior is Xiaohua. Xiaohua knew that this matter couldn't be avoided, so he respectfully replied, this junior just happened to have an invisibility talisman that day. I originally wanted to save this brother of mine, but I didn't expect to see so many Xuanyan school's disciples. Martial Uncle Qian, you also know that my 10,000 Thunder Valley has always been barren, and there's no income of spirit stones. When this junior was patrolling Golden Spring Mountain, I occasionally picked up some spirit stones. Xiaohua looked at Qian Mo with extreme embarrassment, saying, when this disciple entered the spirit stone vein of Xuanyan school, I wanted to borrow the invisibility talisman to see if I could fish up some spirit stones. After all, at that time, sword cultivators were still in a mess. When everyone heard this, they suddenly understood, and their faces didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaohua. Li Qingxiu felt like he was being teased, and it was very similar to the auction in Sky Patrol City. He angrily said, don't evade the important and dwell on the trivial, cough cough, fellow Daoist Li. Imperial Thunder Sect's Qian Mo looked at Xiaohua a few times, and could only cough and say, my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple risked his life to save the Xuanyan school's disciple, is this actually wrong? What you mean is that my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple can watch with folded arms and escape without a trace. You've forced out my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple's thoughts, what else do you want? This old man didn't mean that. Li Qingxiu shook his head and said, Dao cultivators have been fighting for more than 10 years, and spies have infiltrated each other. We have to be on guard, who knows if there's any sword cultivators conspiracy. For the safety of my Dao sect, this old man has no choice but to ask in detail. Yes, today is fellow Daoist Li's turn, so fellow Daoist Li can naturally interrogate. Qian Mo said righteously, however, my Imperial Thunder sect expresses serious concern about this matter. Li Qingxiu simply snorted disdainfully at the Imperial Thunder sect's serious concern. He raised his head and asked, Xiaohua, quickly tell us what you're hiding. Xiaohua's face was full of innocence. He looked at Li Qingxiu, then at Gao Wei, and finally at Qian Mo. He smiled apologetically and said, Martial Uncle Qian, you see, this junior really did say what he did, and really didn't dare to hide anything. Moreover, this junior was prepared to report this matter after senior brother Lee reported it, and didn't dare to hide anything. Chapter 2439. Do you have some shady dealings with sword cultivators? Do you want to come to my conference hall to get some credit? Then tell sword cultivators the secrets of my conference hall. Li Qingshu tempted. You only need to tell us and we can let bygones be bygones. Haha, Tu Hong laughed. He originally did not want to respond, but seeing Li Qingshu being so ignorant and misrepresenting a deer as a horse, he could not help but point at him. Fellow Daoish Li, you really know how to joke. Even if sword cultivators want to find someone to collude with, they don't need to find an early Foundation establishment disciple. What late Foundation establishment disciple? What Golden Core disciple? Which one doesn't know more secrets than an early Foundation establishment disciple? Do I need others to tell me what to do? Li Qingshu said coldly. Tu Hong smiled bitterly. Fellow Daoish Li, you should also think about it. How could an early Foundation establishment disciple do so many things? If not for that illusory swordsman's intentional actions, would he really be able to save hundreds of disciples? Yes, that's what I thought, that's why. Fellow Daoish too means. Li Qingshu suddenly understood. At this time, the majority of the Golden Core cultivators also came to a realization. Only a few people were still somewhat baffled. When did sword cultivators learn to be so cunning? Gao Wei sighed. They had Xiaohua rescue my Xuanyan school's disciples because they wanted to let my Xuanyan school's disciples know that the strength of sword cultivators in the spirit stone mine is weak, and Gao Chengyuan and the others have really fallen into their trap. Even if Xiaohua did not go, they would still think of a way to let these disciples escape. That's right. Xiaohua also shouted. I was wondering how it was so easy to save them. It turns out, this junior was bait. Haha, Gao Wei bitterly smiled. Marshal Ni Xiao, don't think too much. Your contribution is obvious. You being able to enter the spirit stone mine alone is enough to show your courage and insight, as well as your intention to save my Xuanyan school's disciples. This kind of intention and courage is exactly what my Dao sect's disciples need. Just based on this, the conference hall's reward is necessary. Otherwise, this old man will definitely not agree. Hearing this, Li Qingshu also smiled bitterly and nodded slightly as an agreement. He then looked at Li Zongbao and asked, Marshal Nephew Li, tell us about the ambush. All right. Li Zongbao roughly explained what had happened, including Xiaohua's contribution. However, just as Xiaohua had requested, it wasn't too dazzling. Well, anyway. The ambush here was a mistake. We fell into a sword cultivator's trap, and in order to save Xiao Mao, junior brother Xiao went to the spirit stone mine in the Gale snowfield. Li Zongbao said calmly. However, Li Qingshu felt somewhat unnatural in his heart. He did not expect that not only did Xiaohua not die at Mount Quanjin, he had even obtained so much merit. He could not help but feel slightly annoyed. Hearing Li Zongbao mention Xiaohua again, he waved his hand and said indifferently, I have already heard about the following matters. Is this the important matter that Marshal Nephew wants to talk about? These are not important matters. Li Zongbao replied calmly. Junior brother Xiao has something extremely important to report to the conference hall. Oh. Li Qingshu raised his eyebrows and nodded. Marshal Nephew Xiao, please speak. Yes, Xiaohua respectfully bowed and said, that day, Junior did not see any traces of Xiao Mao in the spirit stone mine of Xuanyan School. I only heard that he was captured by the sword cultivators of the illusory sword sect, so I left the spirit stone mine. Just as I was about to search for senior brother Li Zongbao, I met a Dao sect disciple who was about to die at the foot of the mountain. That disciple did not say which sect he was from. Junior wanted to save him, but the sword wound he received was deep in his heart and could not be healed with medicine. However, before he died, he told Junior that he saw two Jindan swordsmen bringing a few cultivators and flying towards the Yin-Yang Twin Spring Mountain. Stop! Li Qingshu waved his hand and said, Xiaohua, what did that cultivator look like? Was there a token in his storage bag? Where is his corpse? How can you prove that you have seen this cultivator? This. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Junior did not think that much. That cultivator did not seem to have a storage bag on him. Moreover, his last wish was for Junior to bury his corpse so that it would not be eaten by wild beasts. As for his appearance. After Xiaohua casually said a few words, Li Qingshu shook his head slightly. Xiaohua, this old man feels more and more that you are lying. Xiaohua was surprised, but he did not say anything to Li Qingshu. He raised his head again and said to Qian Mo, Martial Uncle Qian, what Junior said is the truth. Junior does not know why Martial Uncle Li feels that Junior is lying. Actually, Junior wanted to report this matter to you alone. After all, this matter involves the cause of death of several seniors from Converging Thunder Palace. Even though Qian Mo wasn't seated at a high spot, his position was similar to Li Qingshu's. Xiaohua wasn't speaking to Li Qingshu, but to Qian Mo instead. Qian Mo was a little absent-minded. When he heard Xiaohua mention the Imperial Thunder Sect, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. What? Converging Thunder Palace's Golden Core Cultivators? Qian Mo did not dare to not answer. He turned his head and said to Li Qingshu, Fellow Daoist Li, not only do you feel that this is inappropriate, even this old man feels that it is inappropriate. Fellow Daoist did not let Xiaohua explain the whole story clearly, but instead pursued the details. What is the meaning of this? My Imperial Thunder sect will express serious negotiations and strong dissatisfaction to the conference hall. Alas, Li Qingshu sighed and said earnestly, everyone feels that this old man is making things difficult for Xiaohua. However, how can you not understand this old man's painstaking efforts? Xiaohua is still young and only wants to perform meritorious deeds on the battlefield. However, sometimes, good intentions can lead to bad things. Wasn't this the case with the Xuanyan School's Spirit Stone Mine? Although he felt that rescuing the Xuanyan School's disciples was a great merit, he fell into the sword cultivator's scheme instead. Tell me, if this old man did not ask in detail, would we have found out? All of a sudden, Li Qingshu took Tu Hong's perception into his own interrogation. It seemed that his interrogation had made him realize that something was wrong. And Qian Mo's eyes turned slightly and looked at Tu Hong. He had a non-committal appearance, as if the serious negotiations and strong dissatisfaction from a moment ago had already gone with the wind. Of course, since this matter involves the Imperial Thunder Sect's Golden Core cultivators, this old man will temporarily put this matter aside. When the important matter is finished, this old man will interrogate you again. Li Qingshu said with a smile. He then turned to Xiaohua and said, Martial Nephew Xiao, you and I are old acquaintances. This old man's interrogation is also good for you. You must have heard what I said just now. This old man definitely has no intention of making things difficult for you. Besides, why would this old man make things difficult for you? There is simply no reason for this. As he said this, Li Qingshu's gaze faintly swept over the ardent fire mountain's Huaping, who did not interrupt at all. However, he saw that Huaping only had a curious expression, listening to the story with her ears perked up. Damn it, this guy's skin is really thick. Xiaohua thought helplessly. However, he still respectfully said, this junior naturally understands the heart of senior's fists. This junior is ignorant and inexperienced, and his knowledge is shallow. I still have to ask senior to correct me. The wording of Xiao Hua's words was wrong, and the way he used it was also inappropriate. Clearly, Xiao Hua was expressing his helplessness. Li Qingxiu did not care about this. He smiled amiably and said, "It's good that you understand. Continue speaking." Xiao Hua thought that he would encounter Li Qingxiu's censure when he reported in the discussion hall. He also thought about how to deal with it. However, he did not expect that today was Li Qingxiu's turn to be on duty. At this time, he could only brace himself and speak of the previously well-worded plot. As usual, he pretended to be confused. When Xiao Hua spoke of how he had occasionally encountered a spirit stone vein that had already been abandoned by sword cultivators, Li Qingxiu smiled almost mockingly and said, "Martial nephew Xiao, your luck, this old man has no choice but to admire it. You can encounter spirit stone veins wherever you go." However, Xiao Hua did not seem to care about Li Qingxiu's mockery. He said very sincerely, "Yes, Martial Uncle Li is right. This disciple is also not clear about it. Moreover, these spirit stone veins were all abandoned. This disciple did not obtain any benefits at all. Instead, this disciple almost lost his life. Don't say anything else. Hurry up and speak clearly." Qian Mo said impatiently. "Yes, this disciple met Martial Uncle Dui of Dui Lei Palace, Dui Miaoqing." Xiao Hua said unhurriedly, however, at that time, she was already on the verge of death. See, what did this old man say? Another person on the verge of death. This clearly shows that the dead tell no tales. Li Qingxiu shook his head again. However, Xiao Hua stopped, as if waiting for Li Qingxiu's instructions. Hurry up and speak. Qian Mo urged again, what did Martial Sister Dui discover? Martial Uncle Dui's consciousness was already muddled. Xiao Hua said with a melancholy face, she did not recognize this disciple. She could not even see this disciple's Daoist robe clearly. Naturally, she could not give me any instructions. Coincidentally, this disciple suddenly thought of the dozen or so Imperial Thunder Sect disciples that had been killed by sword cultivators on the way to the Gale Snowfield. Oh. You met my Imperial Thunder Sect disciples before entering the Gale Snowfield? Qian Mo was shocked, why didn't you say so earlier? Li Zongbao looked at Qian Mo and did not reply. In his mind, killing the beast cultivators was Xiao Hua's great merit. He did not want to snatch the credit, so he left Xiao Hua to report. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the conference hall was somewhat strange. It was not my Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. It was the beast cultivators that killed my Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. Xiao Hua's heart thumped. He felt that something was wrong, but at this moment, he had no choice but to say it. Strange. Sure enough, Li Qingxiu smiled brightly, since those beast cultivators could kill the dozen or so Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, those dozen or so Imperial Thunder Sect disciples couldn't all be Qi refining disciples, right? The three of you, how could you be a match for those beast cultivators? That's right. Qian Mo did not know whether he was confused or wanted to clarify the details, but he actually asked again. This disciple is also ashamed. Xiao Hua was embarrassed. He pointed at Li Zongbao and said, those beast cultivators were mostly killed by Martial Brother Li. This disciple only delayed 2 beast cultivators. Chapter 2440. Oh. Li Zongbao only glanced at Xiao Hua, his expression unchanged. Nephew Zongbao. What's going on? You have to tell this old man everything that happened in detail. What did those beast cultivators look like? What were their cultivations? How did you kill them? Otherwise, Nephew Xiao will blame me for being biased. Li Qingxiu said with a smile. Everyone's gazes unconsciously landed on Li Zongbao. That's right, a beast cultivator who could kill more than 10 Foundation establishment disciples was actually killed by Li Zongbao. His cultivation was comparable to more than 10 Foundation establishment disciples. Was Li Zongbao that powerful? Unexpectedly, Li Zongbao didn't even raise his eyebrows and only said proudly, "Martial Uncle Li, I met those several beast cultivators that day and killed them in a spurt of energy." It's so tense on the battlefield, who would remember those details? Besides, although I am a Foundation establishment disciple, I am not at a disadvantage when facing the illusory swordsman. Is it worth making a fuss about killing a few beasts? Is it worth it for me to report them one by one? Of course, the Utopia faction's Hing Feng also said firmly, I am not boasting, nor am I praising my own disciple. Li Zongbao, a disciple of the Utopia faction, is known as the #1 cultivator below the Golden Core stage. Killing those beasts is really nothing. There is nothing to boast about. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the Utopia faction to be so overbearing and Li Zongbao's reputation to be so resounding. He looked at the Golden Core stage masters around him. They all had smiles on their faces. As for the content behind their smiles, Xiao Hua was too lazy to understand. Li Qingxiu was slightly embarrassed. Although Li Zongbao was respectful, he didn't intend to speak. He could only laugh at himself and say, "Yes, I am too nervous." Nephew Zongbao is the #1 cultivator below the Golden Core stage, and the Holy Whip is the most precious treasure of the Utopia faction. Killing a few beast cultivators is really nothing. Oh, Xiao Hua, please continue. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed, and a trace of contempt flashed through his eyes. His tone was also filled with grief. This grief was indeed real. He felt that Dui Miaoqing's death was somewhat unjust, somewhat unworthy. What Xiao Hua said was naturally the plot of what happened after the sword formation was broken. He didn't mention a single word about all of his divine ferocity. Even regarding the innate jellyfish, he only said that it was a rock pillar. He didn't know what was inside at all. His cultivation base wasn't enough, so he didn't dare to go inside. Everything was pushed to Dui Miaoqing and Dui Hui's jade slips. In the end, he hesitated for a moment and said, Junior took the corpses of the 2 martial uncles and was about to leave when I saw a green sword light fly out from the rock pillar. It rushed into the rock wall and disappeared. I was so scared that I used the invisibility talisman to hide for a long time, but I didn't see any sword cultivators coming out. That's why I hurriedly escaped. A Jindan stage cultivator with long and narrow cheeks revealed a strange expression as he asked, Xiao Hua, you said that your fireball talismans and the like are unable to burn inside? Yes. Xiao Hua faintly felt that something was wrong. He couldn't not talk about the innate true water. Otherwise, these Jindan stage cultivators wouldn't be able to judge. However, he didn't want these Jindan stage cultivators to remember now. It would be best if they slowly remembered after he left. Who knew that these Jindan stage cultivators were so knowledgeable that they really guessed it right away? Sure enough, that cultivator said thoughtfully, from what I saw, there should be innate true water or innate heavy water inside that suppressed the fire-type yellow talismans. Yes, Li Qingxiu also nodded. If the sword-light martial nephew Xiao saw is not bad, it should be a flying sword refined by a sword cultivator. Their flying sword refined using innate true water or innate heavy water. I'm afraid it's used to deal with our Dao sect's nascent soul masters. I'm afraid so. Even Tu Hong nodded. Seeing that our Dao Sec's Jindan stage cultivators have already entered the battlefield, it's only a matter of time before our nascent soul masters enter. I'm afraid that the sword cultivators are preparing for a rainy day. This is also the secret of sword cultivators discovered by our two Daoists from Dui Lei Palace. Sigh, it's really hard on them. Qian Mo shook his head. That's right, we can't forget the contributions of the two Daoists from Dui Lei Palace. Li Qingshu nodded and instructed the disciples outside the discussion hall to record this matter. Before he could say anything else, that narrow-faced Jindan stage cultivator spoke again. Regardless of whether it's innate true water or innate heavy water, they are all extremely good things. We should send our disciples over to take a look. Firstly, we can verify Xiaohua's words and see if there are any other clues. Secondly, we can also bring some back. Sword cultivators can use it to refine flying swords, but our Dao sect can also refine magic treasures. That's right, Xiaohua. You are very familiar with that place. Why don't you work harder and bring the Jindan stage masters of the various sects over? Li Qingshu said with a smile. This. Xiaohua smiled bitterly at Qian Mo. He didn't want to make another trip. That's fine too. Unexpectedly, Qian Mo nodded and said, I don't have any objections. If possible, quickly pick a few Jindan stage masters and go quickly. After all, if this secret is investigated clearly, it will be beneficial to our Dao sect's operation. All right. Li Qingshu's face lit up. Just as he was about to give instructions, Li Zongbao said lightly, Uncle Masterly, Xiaohua has been transferred by me. His operation will be arranged by me. I'm very sorry, but I want Xiaohua to rest in Sky Patrol City for a few days. We still have to kill Qin Jian, so we can't accompany you. There is a location for the Yin Yang Twin Spring Mountain here. You can go there by yourselves. Moreover, Xiaohua and the others encountered a sword cultivator there. In my opinion, that place, it's better not to go there for the time being. Li Zongbao hesitated. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't mention this matter, he still said it. What? A sword cultivator? Tell us everything again. How did you encounter a sword cultivator? Li Qingshu and the others were shocked. After Xiaohua finished speaking, all the Jindan stage masters in the assembly hall were silent. Li Zongbao glanced at Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, in a few days, you will follow me to another place. Give me the location of this Yin Yang Twin Spring Mountain. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He almost held Li Zongbao's hand. He hurriedly took out a jade slip and used his spiritual force to record the approximate location. He handed it to Li Zongbao and said with a smile, although that place isn't easy to find, with this jade slip, I guarantee that I will be able to find it easily. Li Zongbao received it and handed it to Li Qingshu respectfully. Li Qingshu frowned slightly. It seemed like his plan had been disrupted, but he still reached out to receive it. However, immediately after, he smiled and said, Martial Nephew Xiao, since you don't want to go, I won't make things difficult for you. After all, you still have to kill Qin Jian. That's what the disciples of our Dao sect want to do. I also hope that you can succeed. How could this disciple have such wishful thinking? Xiaohua hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, This disciple is just following behind senior brother Li Zongbao. He eats the meat, and this junior drinks the soup. Xiaohua's words were very crude. The Jindan stage cultivators couldn't help but laugh. The shock they felt when they heard about a sword cultivator gradually disappeared. However, Li Qingshu changed his tone and said, Martial Nephew Xiao, I have a request. Xiaohua sneered in his heart and said, Damn it, I knew it. However, he still said in fear, What is it, Martial Uncle Li. This disciple will tell you everything he knows. Martial Nephew Xiao, you've already said enough. But the evidence you can take out is too little. Li Qingxiu smiled and said, actually, we don't need any evidence. You can take out the things you obtained from the Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain for us to see. Firstly, it can prove that what you said is true. Secondly, it can allow us to analyze if there are any clues to the sword cultivator's conspiracy. Xiao Hua's expression changed greatly. He raised his head and said to Qian Mo, Martial Uncle Qian, I remember when we left Sky Thunder Peak, you seem to have said that everything on the battlefield, as long as it was obtained by our Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, it would belong to our Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. Martial Uncle Li is talking about this disciple's things, right? Does this disciple have the right not to take them out? This. Qian Mo hesitated and said, in principle, this is the case. However, if there are some important items, especially the war resources of the various sects, they still have to be returned. Is this junior's possession an important item? Which sect's war resources? Hearing that Qian Mo didn't reject Li Qingxiu like Heng Zhao, Xiao Hua was a little disappointed and asked. This. Qian Mo hesitated again and turned to Li Qingxiu. Fellow Daoish Li, what Xiao Hua said is reasonable. Those are his own secrets. It's not appropriate for us to force him to take them out, right? Hee, why would this old man care about his things? Li Qingxiu smiled. This old man just wants to see if there are any clues to the sword cultivator's conspiracy. Even if there is something like innate primordial water, this old man won't take it. Nonsense. Xiao Hua was disgusted. If there was innate primordial water in his storage bag, needless to say, the Ardent Fire Mountain's Huaping would be the first to find him. The three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain had been looking for innate primordial water for a long time. And where did this innate primordial water come from? He would be at a disadvantage. And what about the other cultivators who were scheming? Li Qingxiu thought for a while and nodded. Xiao Hua, why don't you take it out and let the other elders take a look? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, Martial Uncle Qian, this is the secret of my Imperial Thunder Sect. This disciple feels that it's better not to let others know. Why don't we wait for Martial Uncle to take a look first, and then make a decision? Unexpectedly, Li Qingxiu immediately put on a righteous face and waved his hand. Although my Imperial Thunder Sect has secrets, these secrets aren't secrets in the middle of a war. I want to make it public. As long as I can contribute to the war, the losses of my Imperial Thunder Sect are nothing. Qian Mo is not talented, but I want to be an example to all the other fellow Taoists in this meeting hall and let the other sects see the demeanor of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Let them see Qian Mo's sincerity. Because he wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. He wanted to let others know how selfless the Imperial Thunder Sect was, how open-minded, and how humble they were in passing down their inheritance. The Imperial Thunder Sect was a sect of etiquette, a great sect of the country of Shi that won people over with virtue. All matters and all interactions must have the demeanor of a great sect. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart ached. He thought of Dui Miaoqing before her death. He didn't know if Dui Miaoqing's sacrifice was worth it. At the same time, he was envious. Envious of Li Zongbao's arrogance, envious of Extreme Happiness Sect's Heng Ming's protection. As for the Imperial Thunder Sect's Qian Mo, he only had serious concern, serious negotiation, strong dissatisfaction and serious protest. Was it useful? When he looked at Li Qingxiu again, his face was also somewhat gloomy. He hadn't expected Xiaohua to actually do such a thing. However, while he was shocked, his divine sense also swept through the various items mercilessly. Apart from some medicinal pills, magic tools, and so on, there was indeed nothing special. Martial Uncle Qian. Xiaohua took out several jade slips and a large number of tokens and handed them to Qian Mo. These are the tokens of my senior brothers and sisters. There are also cultivation methods and so on. Disciple has also found everything that he could find. And thank you for your hard work. Qian Mo nodded slightly and reached out to take them. He looked at them and asked, "What about Dui Miaoqing and junior sister Dui's things?" "I'll let Martial Uncle Qian know." Xiaohua didn't hide it and smiled apologetically. Before Martial Aunt Dui passed away, she entrusted everything to Disciple. She had a water-based physique and couldn't find anything suitable in my Imperial Thunder sect. She asked Disciple to find a suitable disciple to teach her. "That's not appropriate." Qian Mo shook his head. Although Dui Miaoqing's cultivation method is water-based, it's still a cultivation method of the Imperial Thunder sect. Without the sect leader's permission, it can't be taught to outsiders. You should leave it to me. Yes. Xiaohua didn't hesitate and gave all the cultivation methods and some magic tools to Qian Mo. He had already copied these things and didn't feel the pinch. Qian Mo knew that Xiaohua didn't have a water-based physique and didn't have any doubts. However, when Qian Mo looked at the magic tools, he still asked, "Oh? Junior sister Dui doesn't have any magic tools?" Xiaohua said embarrassedly, "Disciple doesn't know." Alas, Xiaohua, this child really didn't have it easy. Seeing this, Heng Zhao of the Utopia faction sighed. If he wasn't kind and didn't have the Imperial Thunder sect in his heart, he wouldn't have done these things. Not to mention others, even the disciples of the Utopia faction can't guarantee that they can bring back the corpses of their fellow disciples. That's true. Huo Ping also nodded. Especially Xiaohua's respect for the corpses. It's far beyond my expectations. If the Blazing Fire Mountain had such a disciple, I would definitely reward him handsomely. Humph. Although he isn't a disciple of the Blazing Fire Mountain, he's more of a disciple than a disciple of the Blazing Fire Mountain. Li Qingshu sneered. He was humiliated by Xiaohua just now. However, when he heard Huo Ping's words, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. It was as if he had been bullied by Xiaohua and Huo Ping during the auction in the Sky Patrol City. He looked at the crowd. Obviously, everyone had a good impression of Xiaohua. He couldn't think of any way to torture Xiaohua. However, when he saw Xiao Mao, his eyes lit up and he smiled. "Junior nephew Xiao, I won't mention your contribution. The Imperial Thunder sect will definitely reward you. After the meeting in the conference hall, the reward from the conference hall will also be sent to the Imperial Thunder sect." Hearing this, Xiaohua naturally knew that there would be a "but" after that. He said bitterly, "This kind of contribution, I don't want it." Ha, ha. Xiaohua's words were so decisive that Li Qingshu didn't know how to respond. Good. Heng Zhao clapped his hands and said, "Ambitious. Heroic. Courageous. Praise me after we leave the conference hall." Li Qingshu said angrily. He then asked, "Junior nephew Xiao, this old man is still a little curious. Junior nephew Li Zongbao killed the beast cultivator, but you went to find Xiao Mao yourself. How did you save Xiao Mao from the illusory swordsman?" Xiaohua had originally made up a story, but seeing that Li Qingshu wasn't a kind person, he smiled and said, "I'll let Martial Uncle Li know. When this junior flew out of the abandoned Spirit Stone mine, I happened to encounter Xiao Mao who had just escaped from a great disaster. I heard this guy say that when he woke up, he saw several corpses lying on the ground, and he himself was also controlled by a sword cultivator's restriction. When he struggled to break free, he encountered this junior. Oh, Martial Uncle Lik should ask Xiao Mao himself for the specifics. When Xiao Mao heard Xiao Hua's words, he already knew what Xiao Hua was thinking. When Xiao Hua finished speaking, he immediately bowed. Before Li Qingxiu could speak, he bowed and said, "Big Brother Xiao is right." When this junior saw Big Brother Xiao, I already explained this matter clearly. This junior was originally confused and didn't know anything. It was only when I saw Big Brother Xiao that I knew that I had escaped. However, I don't know what exactly happened and why I'm the only one left. Of course, this junior also brought back the corpses of my Xuanyan Order disciples. If Senior Brother Li wants to see, this junior will take them out. Wait. Seeing that Xiao Mao was about to take out the storage bag, Li Qingxiu hurriedly waved his hand to stop him. What a joke, he had just offended the Imperial Thunder Sect. If he offended the Xuanyan Order as well, how could he stay in Sky Patrol City? Sure enough, Gao Wei's face was already ashen. Chapter 2442. Don't mention it. Xiao Mao replied gratefully, Junior and Big Brother Xiao aren't related by blood. That day when I met Big Brother Xiao, I was still a child, and Big Brother Xiao, speaking of this, Xiao Mao suddenly quivered. He originally wanted to express his gratitude to Xiao Hua and praise Xiao Hua's profound cultivation, but he suddenly remembered that Xiao Hua had always been evasive. Wasn't it because he wanted to keep a low profile? If he said too much, wouldn't it be a slip of the tongue? Thus, he hurriedly changed his words. At that time, Big Brother Xiao hadn't entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, but he had the bearing of an elder brother. This junior was convinced, so I insisted on becoming Big Brother Xiao's disciple. So that's how it is. Seeing that Xiao Mao didn't continue, Li Qingxiu nodded, so there's this layer of relationship. Martial nephew Xiao Hua, before you entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, which family did you belong to? I don't seem to have heard of any famous family with the surname Xiao. Don't you think so, Brother Qian? Yes, before Xiao Hua entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, he was a rogue cultivator. Qian Mo said without hesitation. After entering the Imperial Thunder Sect, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Only a large sect like the Imperial Thunder Sect can nurture such an outstanding disciple. Rogue cultivator. Li Qingxiu was stunned, but then he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. Xiao Hua was also slightly stunned. He didn't know what had triggered Li Qingxiu's thoughts, but his heart immediately became vigilant. But then, Li Qingxiu's attitude calmed down, and he smiled. The Imperial Thunder Sect is indeed a large sect in the country of Xi, this old man agrees. Li Zongbao, martial nephew Xiao, you can return first. The rewards for the meeting hall will be given after we discuss it. Thank you, Martial Uncle Li. Li Zongbao and the rest bowed. Xiao Hua, wait for a moment. Qian Mo stood up and said, You are a meritorious member of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This old man will have the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples on duty outside the meeting hall personally escort you back to your encampment. Yes, thank you Martial Uncle Qian for the arrangement. Xiao Hua followed Qian Mo out of the discussion hall. Li Zongbao looked deeply at Xiao Hua and said, Junior Brother Xiao, you should return to the encampment and rest for a period of time. When I receive news of Qin Jian, I will inform you. If there's anything you need, just send me a message talisman. I'll be there at any time. I understand. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Xiao Mao also bowed and followed Li Zongbao out of the Yanxi manor. After waiting for the two of them to leave for a while, Qian Mo brought two late-stage Foundation establishment disciples over. He pointed at Xiaohua and said, "This is Xiaohua from the Myriad Thunder Valley. He is the greatest contributor to our Imperial Thunder sect. You must properly escort him back to the encampment." "Yes, we understand." The two disciples agreed. "Oh right, Martial Uncle Qian, Jr. has something that I've always wanted to ask." Xiaohua said with a smile, "I hope Martial Uncle doesn't blame Jr. for being rude." "Oh. Say it, it doesn't matter." Qian Mo nodded. "When I participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly, I also met a disciple from the Heavenly Thunder Palace who had the same name as Martial Uncle. When I heard Martial Uncle's name, I thought it was him. I was really shocked. Although he was the top disciple of our Imperial Thunder sect at that time, he has already condensed his gold core. That's too amazing." Xiaohua said with a smile. "Ha, I understand." Qian Mo said with a smile, "I know that child. He is a disciple of our Heavenly Thunder Palace. When he was born, I had already condensed my gold core. His parents are my juniors and we have a good relationship. They have high expectations for their child and wanted to give him a good name. In the end, they actually set their sights on this old man, wanting to use this old man's name to bask in some glory. They said this in front of this old man's senior martial brother, making this old man really embarrassed. But thinking about it, they did it for the sake of their children, so this old man reluctantly agreed. Before this child reached the Foundation establishment realm, he even came to visit me in my Immortal's cave. I also gave him some pointers. Martial Uncle Qian's noble character and unquestionable integrity are really different from others." Xiaohua said with emotion, "If someone else's child wanted to take away my name, I wouldn't agree even if I was beaten to death." "Ha ha ha." Qian Mo said very proudly, "This is nothing. As long as you take it lightly, everything will become nothing. Many thanks for Martial Uncle Qian's teachings." Xiaohua looked at this arrogant gold core cultivator and sneered in his heart. Sanctimonious, hanging a sheep's head to sell dog meat. Perhaps this was the best portrayal of him. After bidding farewell to Qian Mo, Xiaohua followed the two late-stage Foundation establishment disciples back to the Imperial Thunder sect's encampment. Sure enough, as Xiaohua expected, the two sandwiched Xiaohua in the middle, not giving him the slightest chance to come in contact with others. They even blocked Xiaohua in many places, not wanting him to see. What did they not want Xiaohua to see? What did they not want Xiaohua to know? Xiaohua naturally understood very well. When they arrived at the Imperial Lightning sect's encampment, they checked the token and brought Xiaohua inside. Only then did the two of them let out a sigh of relief. However, when Xiaohua walked towards the Imperial Lightning sect's first team's resting area, he was blocked by the two of them again. It turned out that Qian Mo had already warned them that Xiaohua was the Imperial Thunder sect's greatest contributor so far, so naturally, he had to be arranged separately. As a result, Xiaohua was arranged to the resting area of the Heavenly Thunder Palace's disciples. Moreover, it was a separate area. The 2 rows of 10 quiet rooms were all empty, and he was the only one living there. "Junior brother Xiao, you are our Imperial Thunder sect's contributor. I heard from Martial Uncle Qian that you alone saved hundreds of Xuanyan School's disciples. Not only did you greatly increase our Imperial Thunder sect's reputation, but you also made sword cultivators look askance." The tall and thin disciple said with a smile, "This place will be your resting place in the future. If you have any needs, just look for the disciple on duty at the entrance." He was specially sent by Martial Uncle Qian to listen to junior brother Zhao's orders. As he said that, the disciple handed over a token to Xiaohua and said, "This is a summoning token. Junior Brother Xiao, activate the token and the disciple will come in to listen to Junior Brother Xiao's arrangements. I don't dare. Xiao Hua's face showed surprise as he received the token. Then he tried to ask, where are the disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team? Junior Brother misses them very much, I wonder how they are doing. As if he already knew that Xiao Hua would ask this question, the disciple smiled and said, they are all very good. Previously, when they returned to the encampment, they received a reward. Originally, we wanted to arrange for them to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect, but because we don't have enough people, we can't escort them back for the time being. Let's wait a few days. If Junior Brother Xiao is willing, you can also return to Sky Thunder Peak with them. Oh, it's good that they came back safely. Xiao Hua sighed in relief, stretched and said, Junior Brother is also very tired. Let's rest first. And, that's good. The disciple smiled and said, I heard that the cultivation of the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team increased greatly and they are all in closed-door meditation. In a few days, when they come out, I will send a disciple to inform Junior Brother Xiao. Okay, thank you, Senior Brothers. Xiao Hua bowed and thanked them. You're welcome. Seeing that Xiao Hua was very obedient, the two foundation-building disciples were happy. After bowing in return, they left the restriction. This token can only let people in, but it can't let me out. Isn't this house arrest? Xiao Hua sneered and immediately activated the token. A thin aura refining disciple timidly opened the restriction and came in. He said respectfully, Martial Uncle Xiao, what's the matter? Oh, it's nothing. I want to have a good rest. If there's nothing, don't let anyone come in and disturb me. Xiao Hua instructed. When the aura refining disciple heard this, he was happy and said with a smile, Junior understands. Martial Uncle, quickly rest. After saying that, he bowed and retreated, activated the token, and went out. This kind of restriction. Can it be a problem for me? Xiao Hua sneered and turned around to enter the quiet room. He released his Buddhist sense and looked for a long time. Then, he threw out a few talismans. His figure swayed and disappeared from the stone wall. At this time, Cui Hongshan was sitting in the quiet room. This quiet room was assigned to the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect 5 years ago when he set off for the Golden Spring Mountain. This quiet room was also the one he used in those years. Moreover, this quiet room was also given to Cui Hongshan and the others when they returned to the Sky Patrol City. The leader of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Qian Mo, specially drove away the other team that had already occupied this room and gave it to the first team. This treatment was obviously different from the second team of the Imperial Thunder Sect that Cui Hongshan encountered. Although Cui Hongshan was sitting quietly, his heart was surging like it was 10 days ago. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Yes, after being in a coma for 5 years, when he woke up, not only did his cultivation improve greatly, he directly reached the peak of the early stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm and was about to step into the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Moreover, he was a great contributor to the Imperial Thunder Sect. The Sky Patrol City's conference hall and the Imperial Thunder Sect leader's token seemed to be the best reward. Could he calm down? In particular, no matter how difficult and dangerous the sword battle was, it had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect and the Myriad Thunder Valley with the title of a hero. When the time was right, he could hold the dual cultivation ceremony with Dui Qiming, who had returned to the Thunder Conversion Palace, in advance. If it was the dual cultivation ceremony held before, Cui Hongshan would feel that the Myriad Thunder Valley was shabby and that he had let Dui Qiming down. But now, the merits of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Dui Qiming and himself, were both contributors to this battle and had the sect leader's token of commendation. Even if the sect leader didn't come personally, the palace masters of the Thunder Conversion Palace and the Shocking Thunder Palace would appear at the dual cultivation ceremony. This was a grand occasion that hadn't appeared in the myriad Thunder Valley for many years. Of course, this was nothing. His cultivation had actually leaped to the edge of the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. This was the realm that he had planned to reach after decades of hard work. It was just a dream, and everything had come true. The couple had become a family, and the nameless junior had become a contributor to the Shocking Thunder Palace. All his previous efforts had now paid off. Alas, the heavens really reward those who work hard. Cui Hongshan thought of the beauty and couldn't help but laugh. How could he still be in the mood to cultivate? If only Qiming was still in the Sky Patrol City. Cui Hongshan even had such thoughts. What's so funny? A familiar voice sounded coldly in Cui Hongshan's ear. Chapter 2443. Who? Cui Hongshan was shocked. He knew that the restrictions placed on the residents were different from before. In order to protect them, even though Qian Mo didn't take away his token, he couldn't leave the residence when he summoned the disciples on duty. Immediately, Cui Hongshan was surprised. Junior brother Xiao, you're back too. However, when Cui Hongshan opened his eyes and saw Xiao Hua standing alone without any disciple on duty, he was shocked. You, how did you get in? Where's the disciple on duty? Don't ask me how I got in. Xiao Hua said coldly, why are you laughing when you're not cultivating? Hee, I wanted to cultivate, but when I thought about returning to the 10,000 Thunder Valley and meeting my master and mistress, I couldn't help but laugh. Cui Hongshan naturally wouldn't tell the truth. You didn't think of senior sister Dui? Hee, of course. Cui Hongshan didn't deny it. Qi Meng returned to Sky Thunder Peak 5 years ago. I wonder how she is now. Does she know that we didn't die? You're worried that she's dual cultivating with someone else, right? Xiao Hua said coldly. This. Cui Hongshan was very unhappy that Xiao Hua poured cold water on him. During this period, he would occasionally think about it, but he would immediately deny it. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. How could Dui Qiming choose to marry someone else? What if senior sister Dui is dual cultivating with someone else? Xiao Hua didn't seem to care about Cui Hongshan's thoughts and asked. Impossible. Cui Hongshan denied. Qi Meng is definitely not that kind of person. She wouldn't dual cultivate with someone else when I'm not sure whether I'm alive or dead. What if she is? Xiao Hua said coldly. Xiao Hua, you're just saying nonsense. Is there any meaning to it? Cui Hongshan argued. How long have you been back in Sky Patrol City? Have you seen Dui Qiming? Qi Meng has already returned to Sky Thunder Peak with Ming Mao and Dui Ling. How can I see her? Cui Hongshan already had a bad feeling. Let's talk about you. You, how did you get in? You've been here since you came back, right? Xiao Hua looked at Cui Hongshan with a pitiful feeling. Yes, Cui Hongshan said proudly. Our Imperial Thunder Sect's first team is the team that has contributed the most so far. It is also the team that has been preserved the best. Naturally, we will be treated differently when we return. Of course, they should be protected. That's right, Xiao Hua, since you've also returned, we can return to the 10,000 Thunder Valley together. With the merits of this battle, no one in the Deafening Thunder Palace will look down on our 10,000 Thunder Valley. Master and Master's wife will definitely be proud of us. Cui Hongshan said in high spirits. Xiao Hua originally wanted to mock Cui Hongshan again, but when he heard Cui Hongshan mention helplessness, he could only sigh and say, "Come with me." Cui Hongshan stood up and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" "We're the camouflage clothing." Xiaohua didn't answer and coldly said, "Why? Where are we going?" Cui Hongshan still didn't understand, but he still took out the maze and waited for Xiaohua's explanation. "This Xiao will say it one last time. Are you going to wear it or not?" Xiaohua didn't explain at all. "All right." Cui Hongshan was helpless and obediently put on the camouflage clothing. Before he could wake up, his vision turned black. When he woke up again, he saw a wide street in front of him. On the street, there were some cultivators hurriedly flying back and forth. Xiaohua, Cui Hongshan was somewhat angry and wanted to berate him. No matter what, he was still a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How could he be treated like a child and played with? If you want to know about Dui Chi-Meng's whereabouts, then follow this Cui. Xiaohua coldly said as his figure slowly flew forward. Cui Hongshan carefully identified and knew that this place was near the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. He didn't know how Xiaohua brought him out of the quiet room. His heart was extremely disgusted, but when he heard Xiaohua's words, his heart immediately trembled. He didn't dare to say another word and hurriedly followed behind Xiaohua. After walking through a few streets, Xiaohua saw that there were more and more people. He casually pulled a Dao sect cultivator and cupped his hands. "Fellow Daoist, I have something to ask." The Dao sect cultivator's face turned cold and he sneered. "Why is fellow Daoist still wearing the maze clothing in Sky Patrol City? Forgive this Jiang for not answering your question." With that, the cultivator flicked his sleeves and left. He left Xiaohua standing there very awkwardly, not knowing what to do. What do you want?" Cui Hongshan asked curiously. "Since we're out and in Sky Patrol City, why wear the maze clothing?" "Shut up." Xiaohua was a little annoyed. "Just stay behind me and watch, and listen." Cui Hongshan was a little embarrassed and angry, but fortunately, he was wearing the maze clothing and the matter was related to Dui Qiming, so he could only endure it. Xiaohua only hesitated for a moment on the street, then turned around and walked toward the tea house where he met Ziyi. What's this?" When Xiaohua saw the tea house and was about to enter, he saw a huge milky white silk cloth pasted on the wall of the tea house. On the silk cloth, there was a swordsman in red who was smiling ferociously. "Oh, so that's Qin Jian." Xiaohua glanced at the words below and understood that this was a bounty from Sky Patrol City. The swordsman on the bounty was Qin Jian. However, how could Xiaohua be in the mood to look at this? He glanced around and brought Cui Hongshan into the tea house. At this time, there were actually many people in the tea house, and there were also several people wearing the maze clothing. Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan's maze clothing did not seem out of place. "Senior, please." Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan had just entered the tea house when an Qi refinement cultivator came to greet them. "Senior, are you going upstairs or downstairs?" "Downstairs," Xiaohua said resolutely. "Just send 2 cups of spiritual tea. I'll wait here for you." "Yes, this little brother understands." The cultivator heard Xiaohua's unfriendly tone and did not dare to say more. He led the 2 of them to a tea table and left. "Why are you here again?" Cui Hongshan was even more puzzled. "Just listen." Xiaohua sat steadily. Tu Hong and Dui Qiming's dual cultivation ceremony was already the focus of everyone in Sky Patrol City. He did not believe that no one in this tea house was talking about it. Who would have thought that after Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan sat for a long time, they saw that several cups of spirit tea had already been exchanged. The cultivators around them were whispering about many things, such as where magic weapons had appeared, where spiritual plants had appeared, and even where there were traces of sword cultivators. These were all topics of discussion among the cultivators. However, no one mentioned Tu Hong's dual cultivation ceremony at all. Looking at Cui Hongshan drinking cup after cup of tea, Xiaohua felt that he had lost face. It was not that he did not want to tell him directly, but, would Cui Hongshan believe his words? Xiaohua had no choice but to look at the two young cultivators beside him. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoists, I have something to ask. Is it convenient for you?" The two cultivators were around the 11th level of qi refining. They looked at each other and one of them nodded. "I don't know what you want to ask. If it's too secretive, I won't know." There's nothing secretive about it." Xiaohua laughed. "We came to Sky Patrol City to ask for Senior Tu Hong's help. When we heard that he was going to dual cultivate, we were really caught off guard. That's why we wanted to come to the tea house to ask if it's true. If it's true, we still have to make more preparations. The things we gave before were too frivolous." "Oh, so that's how it is." The two young cultivators' faces were obviously relaxed. They laughed and said, "This matter happened a few years ago. If it's going to be lively again, I'm afraid it'll be more than 10 days later. No wonder you don't know about it." "Yes. When we first arrived at Sky Patrol City, the inspection was abnormally strict. They were afraid that we were sword cultivators." Xiaohua laughed. "When we entered Sky Patrol City, there were many people waiting in front of Senior Tu Hong's mansion. At that time, I felt that something was not right. I didn't dare to enter rashly. Otherwise, it would really be embarrassing. Senior Tu is a golden core cultivator. He won't care about these empty formalities." The other young cultivator echoed with a longing look. "He has outstanding military achievements. He killed tens of thousands of sword cultivators in the Battle of Jinquan Mountain. He's really a role model for us. Even if you go empty-handed, as long as it's something he can do, he'll definitely do it." Even if that's the case." Xiaohua laughed. "But we always feel uncomfortable. After all, it's something that requires Senior Tu to do. How can he go empty-handed?" "Fellow Taoist, you're right. This is human nature. Cultivators like us can't avoid this custom." The young cultivator was very much in agreement. "So, I just want to have a chat with you two fellow Taoists. I want to know which sect Senior Tu is cultivating with. When is the dual cultivation ceremony?" Xiaohua took the opportunity to ask. "This isn't considered a secret, right?" It's indeed not a secret." The disciple laughed. "In this Sky Patrol City, I'm afraid that other than the two of you, there's no one who doesn't know about this, right?" That's exactly what I want to ask." Xiaohua said politely. Although he had gone through the maze, his voice was still pleasing to the ear. "All right, I'll let you know." The cultivator laughed. Senior Tu's dual cultivation ceremony is 15 days later. I heard that it's personally hosted by the City Lord of Sky Patrol City, Shui Yuzhenren. And the one who's lucky enough to dual cultivate with Senior Tu is Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple, Dui Qiming. "What?" Cui Hongshan's hoarse voice came from the maze. He had already expected Xiaohua to go through so much trouble to inquire about it. However, when he heard this heart-wrenching news, he still couldn't help but cry out. "Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple?" Xiaohua was a little puzzled. How did Senior Tu get married to Imperial Thunder Sect? It's very strange. What's so strange about it? The Qi refinement disciple laughed. I heard that Dui Qiming was Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple who went to Mount Quanjin to support Senior Tu Hong. During the battle at the Spirit Stone Mine, she fell in love with Senior Tu at first sight. After returning to Sky Patrol City, Dui Qiming was also a hero in the battle. Senior Tu Hong took the opportunity to ask the city lord to propose marriage to Imperial Thunder Sect. Who is Senior Tu Hong? He's a golden core cultivator. How could Imperial Thunder Sect refuse? I heard that the Imperial Thunder Sect's Lord Sect Master clapped his hands and laughed heartily at that time. However, Senior Tu was injured in the battle and needed to meditate. That's why the dual cultivation ceremony was postponed until today. Oh, so there's such a story. Xiaohua smiled, but his eyes were looking at Cui Hongshan. He originally thought that Cui Hongshan would do something angry, such as throwing a teacup or something. Who knew that Cui Hongshan actually sat there quietly and listened? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.